Hi guys, and welcome to the second Brighton Cup for this season. It's the second one of the local matches held down here at HADO Brighton. We've got a lot of teams signed up for today. We've got 10 teams taking part, which should be very, very good. So obviously got some teams you like to recognise if you've been following the sport, and especially the Brighton teams for a while. But we've also got some new teams for their first times in here, plus some out-region teams also taking part. So it should be a really, really good mix of different skill levels, different experience, different abilities. Hopefully some fantastic games at HADO. So with the 10 teams today, they're playing in a single pool. So every team is going to play off against every other team as they work round. All in a single game format, so just 80 seconds to prove yourself. So it's one of those formats where you can get some surprise results. So it should be very cool to see what happens with that as we work through the day. Top 4 teams that once we've done the pool stages will then go through to semi-finals and third place playoff and final. So a lot of games. Stay with us as we work through. Questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll try and keep up with you as we go. Our opening games today are between Team Techno and Team Ace. Techno will be playing on the red and Ace on the blue. Two teams are pretty much good to go, so we're going to move courtside and get these first games underway. Ooh, we would do. Just give us a sec. So, Sasha, I've not got video. And we're back. Here we go. So only a few seconds there. Sorry guys for that. Quick technical glitch to start us off. So 4 points nothing at the moment for Techno on the red. Techno going for a heavy shields build. They've burned through a lot of them already, but they've got some good points off the back of it. So 4-point lead now for Techno against Ace. Ace dropped some shields in as well, but on that back wall, not really benefiting the team in any way. Techno shield positioning on the front line there a lot better. Really giving some good protection for the player behind there. However, it's their shielder that's using the shields rather than one of their assassins, so they're not getting anything like the benefit of it that they should do at this stage. 6-point lead at the moment now for Techno. 7-point lead, 20 seconds left on the clock. Techno very much in control of the game at this stage. I think Ace just really, really need to punch their way through those shields a lot faster there. But Techno taking full advantage of Ace there, not taking those shields down fast enough to get those points on the board. Coming to the final couple of seconds now. Good little fight back from Ace there during the closing seconds, but a great opening win there for Team Techno. 12 points to 5. Red player won there, absolutely dominating there. 8-2 on their KD ratio and 4 one-shot takedowns. Really, really good play for them. 52% accuracy as well there from player 1. So player 1 very, very much control of the game there for their team. Great play from from Techno there. Really good shield positioning. Instead, Ace unfortunately just not able to get that focus fire together in order to take that down. Techno are a reasonably experienced team. They've been playing for a little while now. Got a good few tournaments under their belt. Ace seems to be less experienced on the tournament scene. I think that was just showing there with how long it's taken them to get that shield down. So our next match coming up is Techno on red and Rock Hoppers on blue. So, as I said, nice quick opening match there. Controlling win there for Techno. Good use of those shields in that front corner there, allowing them to control the field. They could have done better had not been a shielder behind the shields, but one of their assassins taking that position instead. But they could do a lot more from there. And unfortunately, Ace just not having the match experience there to realise how they need to focus fire and get rid of those shields earlier on. So Techno's shields lasting for far, far longer than they should reasonably be allowed to. But really good play from them. A deserved win for Techno in that game. Second game coming up now is Techno on the red, so Techno staying on pitch, facing off against the Rock Hoppers on blue. So Rock Hoppers, much more experienced team than Techno, so we'd expect the odds here to be in Rock Hoppers' favour, but Techno have been putting a lot of training and time in, so it'll be interesting to see how they're performing now against the more experienced Rock Hoppers team, as opposed to the less experienced Ace team that they've just faced off against. So teams now just get themselves kitted and ready on court. Hopefully we'll be able to get this next game underway nice and quickly. So we're going to try and get nice quick turnarounds between all these games, as obviously we've got a lot of games to work through during the course of this morning. As ever, this is a sanctioned tournament, so every match win here is worth ranking points for the teams, as well as obviously bonus points for the teams coming in at first, second and third place. So a lot to play for as they go through, and obviously a lot of games, a lot of points up for grabs for the teams today. So every single match win matters, because every single match win is going to help move those teams up the national rankings. So Team Techno there, set and ready to go. Rockhoppers just waiting for their final player to make ready. It'll be good to get game 2 underway. Okay, looks like all of our players are ready. Just some final checks, and here we go. Match 2. Techno on red versus Rockhoppers on blue. Techno going for shields again. Rockhoppers focusing on firepower. Techno shield's gone up again. Double shield up now. Again, very heavy use of shields by the shielder. Shields firing out in very, very quick succession here. It's never, ever a good choice to put your shields up so quickly like that. The shields naturally deteriorate over time anyway, so one, it uses up your time lag, and 2, it allows the team, as Rockhoppers have done there, to just smash their way through your shields, at which point all those shield points have now effectively been wasted. First point's on the board for Rockhoppers. Second point for Rockhoppers has come up on the halfway mark. Another point for Rockhoppers. Techno's still to get on the scoreboard here. Rockhoppers are working nicely on their evasion, good movement on the back wall, just keeping those targets moving out of the reach of those Techno shots. Techno catching a point on the board there. And another one. Techno now on a fight back. Showing that, as we often do with shielding teams that use them too early, when they actually start shooting, they should have just gone for firepower from the get-go, because their performance without the shields is usually significantly better. 10 seconds remaining now. 3-point lead to Rockhoppers. 4-point lead. It's going to be a Rockhoppers win, but that was a good little fight back there from Techno. So, 3-7. Great finish there for Rockhoppers. I think it's just a poor tactical choice from Techno there with the shields. Again, their shield have been the primary one using them, and just firing them all up within the first sort of 10 seconds or so of the gameplay. Just allowed Rockhoppers to tear their way through those shields, and then effectively, for all intents and purposes, left Techno a player down, as their shielder was then running on speed 2, scale 2 and charge 2, and therefore not really able to contribute for the other two players, and just making themselves a target for Rockhoppers to throw shots at. So, nice gameplay there. Nice sort of flurry back from Techno towards the end of the match there. I think if they'd just not gone for the shields at all and just gone for a more firepower style of assault, or possibly even a bit of technician role in there, just give them a few more shots around to try and force Rockhoppers out of their nice sort of back wall positions there, they would have done better. Unfortunately, the shields were just thrown straight up in that straight line at the start, and just allowed the Rockhoppers to just cut their way straight through those shields. So they offer very, very little benefit to Team Techno. As we saw, although Techno lost the game, their actual fight back happened once they'd lost the shields, and they were then actually forced to just go for evasion and firepower. So hopefully something Techno will take away from it is, don't rely so heavily on the shields, and if you're going to rely on them, let your assassins use them and try and pace them through the game. So coming up next, match 3, we will have the Boss on red versus Rockhoppers on blue. So Boss Rockhoppers is always a really good face-off. Boss currently significantly higher than Rockhoppers in the national leagues on point score, but these two teams are very long-term rivals from each other. Matches generally go in the favour of the Boss. especially recently. But it's going to be interesting to see what they can do, because obviously there's that single game format. There's always a chance for an upset. It is just that 80 seconds. Things can turn out the way that you wouldn't statistically guess they're going to. But we'll see how it goes for today. Obviously, Rockhoppers is their first sort of like real face-off against their sort of home Brighton teams since the Southern Regional, where they managed to defeat IDK. So let's see if they, whether they can continue to build on that. Obviously, they did phenomenally well in the national leagues. I think they had a clean, pretty much a clean sweep of their pool, which was fantastic there. So they're riding really high on that. Let's see if they can get that momentum going as they push to this tournament. So, like I said, odds are definitely in the Boss's favour here on what we're seeing current performance-wise. But Rockhoppers are most certainly capable of an upset, and the single game format lends itself to that. So, let's see where we go. Teams just getting themselves prepped and ready. So I said, Boss on red, Rockhoppers on blue. Just waiting for the final Boss players to get themselves logged in. So expectation here is we're probably going to see firepower orientated builds rather than defence builds from both the teams. Both teams have definitely their current play styles tend to focus on evasion and fast shot speed. Sometimes a mix of 2 assassins, 1 technician, but they're definitely more very, very rare to see a defender build on either of these 2 teams. Both, however, both teams very, very good on their footwork, their evasion, their dodging. So you should see a very energetic and mobile matchup here. Just waiting for final players to get the tracking sorted and get themselves logged in. And that is all. That's all the players logged and ready to go. So if we get the match underway in the next few seconds. Here we go. Game on. Yep. Straight firepower from all players there. A lot of shots, a lot of evasion, a lot of nice footwork. So, good opening exchange both sides. Clips, but nothing, but no points yet at this stage. First point on the board there for the Boss, 1-0. Good shield position there, just broke up that flow of fire coming from Rockhoppers nicely. Great evasion on the front line there from the Boss. Second point. Both teams scoring there in quick succession. 2-1 to the Boss, coming up on the half-whaler mark. Players on both sides slowly getting their markers whittled down, but another point in for the Boss, 3-1. Yeah, Boss using those rank 1 shields to nicely break up the flow of play there. Second point in for Rockhoppers, single point in it now. 20 seconds on the clock. Still very much any team's game at this stage. Boss just with a slight edge, just having a little bit more clip on those Rockhopper life markers. 5 seconds. That's another point in for the Boss. That looks like it's going to be game to the Boss. 3, 2, 1. Really, really great play from both sides there. Great evasion work from both and play there. Really nice use of those shields just to break up the flow of gameplay. And restricting the options to the opposition team there. So 4 points to 2, win for the Boss. But yeah, very, very nice motion, movement. Sort of mid-30s sort of shots from all the players there. However, as one of the Rockhopper players was on charge 3 or on charge 2, you would expect a bit higher from them in there. So maybe a little bit of work to do there on just getting those extra shots out if they're going to put the points into the charge speed. But they're only getting there the same number of shots as the players who put fewer points in. but very little between those two teams. They're just that slight bit of edge, both in the aggression with that move up front, the front line we saw from the boss, but also their timing on the shield just to break up the flow of play for the Rock Hoppers. Was definitely better than we're seeing from the Rock Hoppers there, just that little edge ahead. I think that's what helped them get those extra points on the board and take the game. Our next one is the big ones of the tournament down here today. This is Boss versus IDK. So it'll be Boss staying on red, IDK playing on blue. So this is their first meet-up in a sanctioned tournament since the Southern Regionals. So IDK, we're expecting here to be all out to try and reclaim their position from the boss after that win in London during the Southern Regional tournaments. So teams just get themselves kitted and ready on court now. Again, expectation here is to see firepower invasion from both sides. However, IDK do vary that into shield play as well. So there's a chance of seeing shield play from then as a counterpoint. Obviously, the boss tendency is to go for lower charge rates, so shields can be very advantageous against that. But obviously, these two teams are very trained with every week, so they're very much aware of each other's moves, techniques, concepts, and what they may or may not try and pull out the bag. So let's put ourselves back to courtside. Looks like IDK are ready to go. Boss just doing a final tweak on stats. Okay, both teams are good to go. Here we go. Boss on red, IDK on blue. Okay, no shields, high charge rates, players on both sides. So 2 assassins, 1 technician, both sides. Great evasion there coming through. Lovely movement on the back lines. Again, there's nice use of the rank 1 shields there from the boss again, just to break up the flow of play. First point on the board for IDK. The shields aren't lasting long, but they are definitely helping with that breaking up the flow of play. Boss looking at that first point on the board still. Second point for IDK at the halfway mark now. 2-0. IDK trying the same work with the shields, and Boss taking them down nice and quickly again. 30 seconds, 3-0 at this stage, 4-0. Boss desperately need to get that first point. 5-0, 6-0. 20 seconds remaining. 7-0 here. Boss still struggling to get that first point on the board. Boss their first score now, 7-1. 10 seconds. 8-1, 8-2. 9-2, 10-2. Controlling win for IDK there. As expected, after that last matchup they had in the Southern Regionals, IDK were going to go all out to restore their dominance there. So a great match and win there for IDK. So 10 points to 2. So that is IDK to stay on the pitch on the blue side, and we have a new team coming in on the reds. Emwiro, EMWIRO. So I believe this is their first sanctioned tournament. Bit of a baptism of fire for their opening game being against IDK, but let's see how they do. So really controlling performance there from IDK, controlling the pitch well, great movement and evasion against those shots from the boss, and really sort of taking control and showing that they've clearly been putting the work in since the regional to get themselves back up on top of their game again. So really good play from both teams there, but IDK just with that controlling edge all the way through that sequence of play. So next up, we said we've got IDK staying on the blue side, and we've got a new team, Emwiro, coming in on the red. This is their first sanctioned tournament, so he's going to be a little bit of a baptism of fire for him here against IDK in this opening match. But that's what happens in an open pool tournament. But the game's going nicely so far. Obviously, this is game 5 in the series. Game 1 was a win for Techno over Ace. Game 2, win for Rock Hoppers over Techno. Game 3, a win for the Boss over Rock Hoppers. And Game 4, a win for IDK over the Boss. So far, no one's managed to get a double win yet. Statistically, you'd expect this to be a double win though for IDK against Enwiro. As I said, IDK obviously an exceptionally experienced and skilled team, and Enwiro on their first ever tournament. So hopefully Enwiro are going to learn from the experience, and who knows, maybe they can get a bit of upset and chaos factor in there as well on the way out. But it'd be nice to see what they can achieve. It's fundamental when you're up against a team like IDK. Why not try something crazy? Because it might just work, who knows. After this, and we'll be staying on and facing off against Super Glitches as the next match after this one. So, IDK on blue and Wiro on red. And we're just getting some pointers and hints, things from their coach. IDK players already logged and ready to go. Okay, players are ready. Here we go. So, we're red and IDK blue. We're really bunched up at the start. Need to get the players spread out across the pitch. Fortunately, the closer you move together, the easier you are to hit for the opposition. So, we're really need to spread themselves out across the pitch. But IDK already hammering the shots in there. Unfortunately, we need to spread themselves out. So caught up in that back corner at the moment that it will almost be difficult for IDK to miss at this stage. Nice clip though on the front line on IDK, and we're getting a lot of support and encouragement from the sidelines, a lot of coaching ideas, but they just need to start spreading themselves out more, and of course firing more. Not really giving a lot for IDK to dodge at this stage. Although that means they've managed to take some life markers off IDK, but not enough to go actually score a point yet. Currently 27-0. And we're really need to just get themselves off that back wall, spread across the pitch. And they're starting to get some shots coming out now from them, which is good. It's an awful lot of firepower to come at you in your first tournament. I think it's a lot for Enwiro to learn from that. Spread out, don't clump together. Yeah, a very, very definitive win there for IDK. So the Enwiro players there, 8, 14 and 3 shots. So and a total of 25 shots fired from Enwiro there. So not a great deal that IDK needs to do in terms of dodging, but hopefully for Enwiro, a huge learning experience there. That you just need to get the shots firing across the pitch. They need to move. They need to get, obviously, don't clump together because it makes you a huge target for the opposing team. It's the, I suppose, the fish in the barrage. Obviously, if you've got everyone collected together, then the other team could just fire shots in from every angle, and they're just going to hit targets every single time they do, because you've just created this big clump of targets for them to aim all their shots at. If you can at least spread out across the pitch, then they've got to at least engage each of you individually. So that already significantly reduces their capacity to earn points. And then if you can start to get a little bit more mobile, and also put your shots back across the pitch, so they're having to dodge themselves rather than just being able to fire. but just the very, very first tournament experience for Emwero, who are from one of the sort of like new groups coming in, start to train here in at HADO Brighton, and IDK really with not a great deal to challenge them in the open game, but I said it's all about experience, and we're at the very start of their HADO journey. So hopefully they're not going to be put off by this. We're going to see where they go with it, and see hopefully what follow that team as they develop over time. So next up we have Emwero staying on the red, and they're going to be facing off against Super Glitches on blue. Super Glitches is also a relatively new team. They did compete in the Brighton Cup earlier this year, so they're not completely new to tournament, because it'll be interesting to see what they do. But I don't think there's a huge, other than that one previous tournament experience for Super Glitches, I don't think there's a huge amount of difference in the experience of these two teams. Hopefully that's going to give them a bit more confidence, help them come off the back wall a bit, get them a few more shots going out, and a bit more activity from them during this next game. So teams are pretty much ready. We're just waiting for final Super Glitches players to get themselves in and ready. Okay, here we go. So, all-rounder build across the board there from Emwero. Super Glitches, a little bit of variety. 2-point shielder, which is an odd choice. Doesn't really give enough shields to any kind of proper tactical play, and just really takes a point out of your bit of where it could have potentially done you more good on your build. Points on the board for both teams. Much better play this time from Emwero, much more spread out, and an awful lot more firepower coming out from them. I think we had quite a good pep talk since the in the break after the IDK game. However, Super Glitches really starting to put the shots home now. Currently 5 on Super Glitches at the halfway mark. Good shield there from Emwero. Nice positioning on it. Just slow down the attack slightly. And we're on a little bit of a fight back now. 3-5. Punching their way through those Super Glitch shields. 4-8 Super Glitches though. 20 seconds remaining. Emwero just need to get more aggressive. They've definitely got the accuracy. And they're able to get those shots into land. We just need more shots from them, just a bit more motion. At the moment we're seeing either shooting or moving from Emwero, not both. So that's going to be their next bit to work on. We need both those coming from that team. 7-14, good strong win there for Super Glitches. So, next game up is obviously Super Glitches staying on blue. They're going to be facing off against another new team, the Will of D on red. So again, much better fire rate, and well, so much better fire rate, much better movement across the pitch as well. There from Emwero in comparison to the IDK game, so that was a nice step up from them. Good and much more spread out across the pitch. Moving forward as well, so getting a lot more aggressive. I think there's a lot there too, just confidence, given the they were seeing they were up against a more peer group team. But good to see that they were happy to step up in that second game. And to see where they get to with it. So that was game 6. So moving now into game 7. So this is going to be the Will of D on red, placing off against Super Glitches on blue. Again, said Will of D. Again, it's their first sanctioned tournament. So it's really interesting to see how they do. Whether they've got the energy and firepower to come to going against Super Glitches, because these are fairly peer group level teams. So it'd be interesting to see how the confidence goes on that, what their accuracy is like, whether they can give Super Glitches a run for their money here. But two teams, and we're Will of D just getting themselves kitted and ready on court. So this is game 7, Will of D on red versus Super Glitches on blue. Following up after this, game 8 will be the Will of D versus Mammoths. So, so it's 2 new teams taking the field after this. Well, Mammoths taking the field after this, and obviously both Will of D and Mammoths both of them this being their first sanctioned tournament. So it's both teams just getting a little bit of coaching, a few pointers to get them going. So every chance Super Glitch is going to follow a similar build to last time, so that's slightly random 2-point shield build. But let's see whether it works from this time round. Will of D seem to be quite confident and happy, so you can see a lot more movement and aggressive play from them in comparison to what we saw from Mwiro. Okay, so Super Glitch is logged and ready to go. Just waiting for the final player from Will of D. Looks like all the Will of D players are logged and ready. Okay, coach is clearing the court. Here we go, match 7. Okay, more shield use coming out from Super Glitches this time. We've got a 3 shield and a 2 shield. Shields going from both teams now. Got a heavy shield out as well on the Will of D side. Layering the shields up there really early on. Gets all the shields burned through before we hit the 60-second mark. Teams really need to learn to layer those shields out over time during the gameplay to get the maximum benefit from them. Neither team scored yet, coming up towards the halfway mark. Good shots, good evasion work both sides. First point on the board there for Will of D. Super Glitch is looking to get their first score still. 2 points now for Will of D. 3-1. Super Glitches are on the board. Again, as you've seen before from the teams that are using these shield strategies to try and sort of delay the game a little bit, they actually start scoring and performing once the shields are gone. So the shields are really not benefiting them. 5-all now. Great work from both sides here. 10 seconds remaining. Absolutely anyone's game at this stage. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. That's a point for Will of D, and Will of D take the game. Great finish there from Will of D. So they seem to be slightly more in control of the flow of play from Super Glitches as we were watching it go through there. But both teams making some tactical errors really in their use of the shields. But a good win. Really, really good win there for Will of D. Will of D will be staying on the pitch, so we're going to see how they do as they flow forward into their next game. Hopefully if they do go shields again, they're going to spread those out through the match rather than just putting that sort of block in the back corner that we saw there, which is basically useless. It slows down the gameplay a little bit at the start, and that's pretty much all it does for you, because those shields then just get cut through by the opposition and they're gone, and shields are a limited resource, and once they're gone, you can't use them anymore. But if you can spread them out over the course of the game, you can use them to really break up the flow of gameplay, give us an advantage, and also by putting them further forward, you can allow your assassins to move in behind them, so they've got nice shielded positions that they can snipe from, rather than constantly having to evade whilst trying to shoot at the same time, which makes them a lot more accurate and earns your team more points. So be interesting to see which way around they go with it all. So we have Will of D remaining on the pitch on red, and it is Mammoths from their first sanctioned tournament coming in on the blue side. So Will of D are ready to go. Mammoths just get themselves kitted up and ready to come onto court. So Mammoths players just get themselves ready. So let's get their first players logged now. Look at the colour of the shield that Will of Deer putting up there in practice. It looks like, again, they're going for probably a rank 4 shielder again, so probably very similar stats to last time. It worked for them after all, but it did work for them. I think the key one there is trying to get their shielder to move their shields further forward on the pitch and spread them through the match time-wise, rather than just firing them all up right at the start. I think if they could have spread those shields over the course of the game, they'd have got a much, much bigger benefit from them. Okay, that's all our players logged. So, Will of D on red, Mammoths on blue. Yeah, got high charge rate there from the Mammoth, so it looks like expecting that Will of D shield. Okay, so we've got shields up from Will of D. They haven't done that full shield line yet, but which is good. Centre shield's about to drop though. Nice replacement on the centre shield, and first point on for Mammoths. Will of D going for a smack talk rather than shooting, which is having a lot less effect. First point apiece. 2-1 now for Will of D. Going approaching the halfway mark. 3-1 for Will of D. Much better timing on the shields. Just need to see if they can get it to move it forward in the future games. Try and get a bit of space off the back wall, but much better timing on the spread of shields. But it is all of their high-end shields gone, and their shielder is still trying to raise a shield, even though he has no shields already. 1 point lead for Will of D, 15 seconds. Can Mammoths pull it back? 10 seconds here. Mammoths have done it, 4 points apiece, 5-4, they've flipped the scoreline. Last few seconds, 3, 2, 1. Mammoths take it, 5 points to 4. So that was a huge improvement on the shield timings there from Will of D from their previous tournament, previous match. They just need to get those shields and move them further forward on the pitch now, so they actually have a greater benefit, because they pretty much just benefit the shielder there, which obviously isn't the point. The shielder's got no real firepower. The shields need to be benefiting their assassins, but much better on their timings. Good spread of those shields across the course of the match. And a lovely double point finish there from blue player 6 to flip that scoreline just in the last few seconds of the game. So nice bit of activity there, good play. It's a big improvement in the timing of when Will of D put those shields out across the pitch. Just need to start moving further forwards now, so they actually benefit the assassins rather than just benefiting the shielder themselves. And also, obviously, the shielder kept trying to keep a better count for when their shields are up. So there was a significant period towards the end of the game there where they were trying to charge and raise shields after they used all 4 shields. And obviously, they can't be doing anything there, but they could have been charging and shooting. And if they'd done that, who knows? Maybe it was so close to the end there. Maybe that would have been enough to flip it back the other way to get Will of D victory. So next up, we have match 9. We have the Fighting Mongooses, which is one of the commentary teams who are basically playing out region here today. Out region basically means that although you get match points for winning your games, if you end up in first, second, third place, you wouldn't earn the bonus points. So bonus points, this is a Brighton local tournament. The bonus points can only be won by the Brighton local teams, but the outreach teams can still pick up points for each of their match wins as they play through. So Fighting Mongooses are a very experienced team. They are the longest standing competitive team still playing in the UK. So vast number of tournaments and matches that they've played against obviously Team Mammoth, who this is their first sanctioned tournament. So expectation here would be that the odds are in favour of Fighting Mongooses, but as we said during this, because it's the single game based second format, surprises are very possible. So let's see what Team Mammoth can do against the much more experienced Fighting Mongoose team. So last round we saw two assassin and technician. That's the combination from Mammoth. With this combination of players from Fighting Mongooses, I would expect to see 2 assassins and a shielder. Let's see what they go for. So looks like the Fighting Mongoose players are all ready to go. Mammoth teams are logged in and ready to go. So hopefully we should get game on any moment. As far as I can tell, all players are good and ready. Here we go. Game on. Rank 5 shields from Mongooses, rank 4 shields from Mammoth. Good shots and early evasion from both sides. Heavy shield gone up on the front line there from Mongooses. Instead, their shield has backed out and the assassin's taken that sniping point. Mammoth need to get rid of that shield. Can't leave a sniper on the front line like that. But Mammoth with the first points on the board. Mongooses with a lot of work to do here. Another shield going up, 2 points to 1. Mammoth still holding on to the lead, 2-2 now. Mongooses flipped the scoreline, 3-2 coming up on the halfway line. (4-3). Mongooses still holding on to the lead, but not by much. Mammoth doing a fantastic job here against the more experienced team. More heavy-duty shields going up there from Mongooses. Mammoth though manages to target their shielder and keep them locked back. 8 points to 4 here. So Mongoose is just starting to edge out ahead now. Once you get to that 4-point lead, it's a good safe position for you to be in. 3, 2, 1. 9 points to 5 win Fighting Mongooses. So because the other team are your points, once you go to 4 points or more ahead, you're at a point where you can not quite relax, but you've got a clear advantage, because it's going to take a complete team wipeout and an extra player in order to bring the opposition back up level with you. Okay, so Fighting Mongooses are going to stay on the pitch on the red side, and they're going to be facing off against Ace on blue, who were one of our opening 2 teams from the start of the tournament. So, going to be interesting to see how it goes here. Again, see Ace have had their first sort of taste of competitive play. Again, this is their first time in the tournament as well, and be interesting to see what they've learned from that, because they've been here watching the games as they played through. When you start watching these competitive games, people have a lot of ideas, what's good, what's bad. See if they're able to apply any of that as they get ready to go in against Fighting Mongooses. So I think we're just doing a quick turnover on hardware. And this game coming up next, the Fighting Mongooses red versus Ace on blue, is match 10. It's a total of 45 matches today in the pool stages. So you've got 10 teams, and everyone's going to play everyone. It's a lot of games. But yeah, that was a good performance from Mammoths against the much more experienced Mongooses team. Really sort of, especially those early stages there, where Mammoths were very much holding their own there. Mongooses, though, over time just managed to get that points gap in there and work their way ahead of the Mammoths team in order to take the victory. So next up, Fighting Mongooses remaining on. And they're up against Ace. And then for match 10, and then match 11 following off that will be Rockhoppers facing off against Ace. So we're going to have a nice sort of split round. So we're coming into now our second round. So all the teams will have played their first games now. So obviously, if you're supporting someone, drop it in the chat, talk to us about them, let us know about your team, and make sure you're getting the bits and pieces to chat about as we go. So players get themselves rigged and ready on court. So the players from Ace get themselves logged in. Fighting Mongooses just get themselves geared and good to go.
Once you start the game with sound, usually
Just doing a quick reset on court. Yep, just doing a quick reset on court. Just make sure everything's going nicely. So, just waiting for players to get themselves logged in. So, I think we've got a high chance of seeing very similar sort of play style there. So, 2 assassins, 1 shielder on Mongoose's side. So a lot of this is going to come down to see, basically how quickly can Team Ace manage to take those shields down, whether or not they keep enough firepower going forwards to keep Mongooses dodging rather than land them just stand there and be able to just be there and snipe. So pull ourselves back courtside. So just getting the players logged in, just getting their tracking sorted. Yeah, definitely expectation we're going to see again a double assassin shielder there from Mongooses. Ace really should be looking at probably 2 assassins and a technician, or if they're confident on the shielding, to maybe assassin, defender, and technician. But they're still a very young team, still quite new to the sport. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can sort of think through tactically what might give them the best edge here, or they're just going to go with what they know and see how well it works. Okay, so it looks like all the players are logged in and ready to go. Here we go. Yep, so relatively low charge rates from the Ace side. So those Mongoose shields, when they go up, are definitely going to give them a problem. First points on the board for Mongooses. First shield up there on the front edge for Mongoose as well. So 2-0 at this stage. First point on the board for Ace, 4-1. Those Mongoose shields really causing Ace a lot of problems. So they've got charge rates seem to have been set too low. Which is going to take them a long time to get rid of those shields. Mongoose is using those shields very, very effectively. Just hold those frontline positions. Great single point shot there coming in from Ace though. 9-3, however, to Mongoose's point. 9-4, 10-4. Mongoose is really driving the points home here. Those shielded positions allowing the Mongoose players to really just sit and snipe on the front line. 10 seconds remaining. Mongoose is still with another shield in the bag. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. 14 points to 4 for Mongooses. So some nice play there from Ace, but it's expected those shields from Mongooses really make it difficult for Team Ace, and just charge speeds were set much too low for them against a shielding team like Mongooses. They need to either have increased those charge rates, they could really punch their way through those shields, or be using shields themselves so they can counter shields where you place one shield in front of the other, so you basically make a wall, and it basically therefore takes the shielded position away as a useful tool for the opposing team. But very good tactical gameplay from Mongooses there. Nice, solid spread shields through the game, good positioning on them, and good use of those shields to earn the points. So very solid play there from Mongooses. Next game up, we have Rock Hoppers coming in on the red side to face off against Ace on blue. So again, expect to see here firepower builds from the Rock Hoppers team. Be interested to see what Ace go with here. We generally see when teams are less experienced teams against more experienced teams, the less experienced teams have a tendency to both sort of clump together, which means they get shot more. They also have a tendency to use shields to try and hide themselves, but they tend to use it by just putting up a wall of shields really quick, rather than using those shields aggressively to hold frontline positions, allow them to snipe in the other team. Hopefully Ace have got will gain enough confidence in the games they've played so far, and also the advice they're currently given by the coaches, that they're not going to fall into that sort of beginner's trap against a more experienced team. And let's see how they go. So the teams now just get themselves prepped and ready. Rock Uppers on red, Ace on blue. So obviously the expectation here, given the experience between two teams, is this is likely to be a Rock Hoppers win. Said if Ace can just get a bit more confidence, I think that's a lot of what it comes down to, especially in the early stages for teams. A lot of the younger teams would actually perform a lot better if they just have that bit more confidence to attack. But it's a difficult when you're up against a more experienced team, especially ones that have got good communication and tactics, and are using their setup well. So we tend to see quite rapid sort of turnarounds and improvement in ability, or improvement in result rather than ability, from teams as they start to get that bit of confidence that allows them to spread out across the pitch, not try and use the shields to hide behind, but start to use them as an actual strategic bonus. And once they get that little bit of confidence in the gameplay, you see huge improvements for them very early on. So it looks like all of Team Ace are logged in and ready to go. Just waiting for the final Rock Hopper, and it'll be good to get this game underway. This is match 11 of 45 matches in the pool stage. Okay, so that is all players now logged and ready. Okay, so we've got shields from Ace, kind of expected. Now let's see if they can use them to actually gain a benefit. So, create a shield block in that back corner. They are playing it correctly though, so you've got a shielder and an assassin with the shield block, and a second assassin out to the side. The second assassin out to the side forces your opponents to split their fire on just being able to pummel all the shots into the shields. 2-1 at this stage. Great performance from Ace. So the odds are still definitely in the favour of Rock Hoppers here, but at the halfway mark, that is a very good result for this young team. 3-1 now to Rock Hoppers. Ace just need to communicate between themselves a bit. See if they can focus their fire onto individual players. That's the final Ace shield up, and another point on for Ace. 5-2. 20 seconds remaining. 6-2. It's going to be a clear Rock Hoppers win here, but there's some nice gameplay from Ace. Some definite good potential to this team. I think a bit more training, a bit more match experience, and they could definitely start to work their way up through the rankings. So, but definitely some nice performance there from Ace against the much more experienced Rock Hoppers. Rock Hoppers controlling the game pretty much all the way through, but some good early shielding, good choice in that shield positioning, and that rather than just falling into that trap of the whole team being behind the shields, that good 2-1 split, and having an evasion player out to the side, forcing Rock Hoppers to split their firepower, and meaning that the shields stayed in play for a lot longer. Very good set of choices there from Team Ace. So, really nice overall performance there. As I said, a win for Rock Hoppers, which was kind of expected, but some nice play though coming in from Team Ace. Just as we got that, in terms of that shield positioning, the time on the splits and the shields. So actually some really, really good moments in there from them, which is very nice to see. Don't often see those from the less experienced teams. So having it come through there was really, really good. It means they've got a very good platform to be working from, good understanding what they're doing, which is really nice to see. So we have Rockhoppers staying on, and coming against Rockhoppers is IDK. So this is Rockhoppers on red versus IDK on blue. So it's going to be a very, very tough match here for Rockhoppers. IDK in the match against the Boss, showing they are absolutely on form today. And that's going to mean Rockhoppers have got a huge amount of work to do if they want to try and get a win in this game. But as you said, the whole thing is, the straight 80-second format. It is possible. A bit of luck on one side, a bit of bad luck on the other, and it can flip. And you can get some surprise results here. Obviously, Rockhoppers and IDK, as the Boss, very, very long-term training partners. Got a very good feel for how each other play, movement-wise, evasion, tactics, and so forth. So you kind of got a feel which way it's going to go, but equally so, it is just 80 seconds. We can get some surprise results, and Rockhoppers have some excellent players, and they are a very, very good team. So IDK are going to have to work if they want to get this win. So we're going to get a lot of nice evasion and groundwork coming through in this one. So it should be a very good, fun match to watch. Just waiting for the final IDK player to take the pitch. It'll be good to get this game underway. Rockhoppers picking up their support in the chat there. Nice to see you, Elliot. Okay, so both teams are ready and good to go. So pretty much identical builds both sides there. 2 assassins, 1 technician. Nice work from both sides. IDK a little bit more aggressive, coming up towards the front line. First point on the board there for IDK. 2-1. Great score there from Rockhoppers. 3-1 now. 3-2. 3-3. Great work from Rockhoppers here. Remembering the Boss didn't manage to land a hit on IDK in their match earlier on, so this is a fantastic performance from the Rockhoppers. 3-all, coming on 30 seconds now. Can Rockhoppers pull off an upset here? 4-3. 5-3, IDK pulling it back again. 20 seconds remaining. 6-3, IDK really piling on the pressure here. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Game over. 6 points through for IDK. Fantastic first half though from Rockhoppers. Absolutely blinding first half from them. IDK just piling the pressure and upping the tempo in that second half though, and taking the match out of reach. But very, very well played there from Rockhoppers. Okay. Next up, IDK are staying on pitch. So this is IDK remaining on blue, and they'll be facing off against Techno on red. Techno been performing reasonably well this tournament. Still got a bit to set out of the younger teams coming through in Brighton. They're probably the most experienced of the younger teams. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do here. Whether they can manage to get some points on the board against IDK. I think realistically, that's probably going to be the best outcome from them here. If they can land some points, make IDK actually have to move, then that would be the win here for Techno. Obviously, the cause an upset, amazing, but odds are that's the way it's most probably going to work. But be interesting to see what they can do. They've had some nice play as they've worked through so far, and there's a nice gameplay from Techno in their games. So currently Techno are currently 1 win and 1 loss. So they won against Ace and lost against Rockhoppers. So see what they can do though. I mean, they managed to put points on the board against Rockhoppers, and we'll see if the Rockhoppers games they're a very good team. So it's possible Ace can get some Techno here can get some points on the board against IDK as well. Teams just get themselves rigged and ready to go. Okay, so Techno players just get themselves finished the login. IDK players are logged and ready to go. Looks like we've got all players in. Here we go, game on. Techno on red, IDK on blue. They have gone heavy shielder on Techno, but IDK have a technician. First 2 points on the board there for IDK. Techno shielder went up to position, and then for some reason pulled all the way back onto the back line. He got himself nicely up into position, but for some reason never put the shield up. Techno shielder's got to get off the back line. Techno shield up on the front line there. Immediate counter shield going up from IDK to buy a little bit of time, let their technician get the shots in. Good work from Techno there though. Second shield out up on that front line. Keeping that nice 2-1 split going. Forcing IDK to split their attention between both the shielded firing position and the third player who's out to the side there. Okay, that is all of the Techno shields up. Working well on that front line though. Can they get a point in on IDK? Yes, they did. They've got a point. 12-1. Huge support from Techno for the crowd here. 15-1. That was good shield positioning, good split on the team there. That 2-1 split across the pitch, forcing IDK to have to engage both locations, splitting their firepower and keeping it and helping those shields stay in play for longer. So technically, in terms of both the shield positioning, shield timing, that was good play from Techno. That was really good base technical play from them. Nicely done. They kept the nerve all the way through. I mean, a little bit of a pushback at the start, where they sort of dropped back away from that front line. And their shield got caught on the back wall for a little bit. But once they got themselves back in the game, got the nerve going, that roll through, shield, sniper positions, that 2-1 split, that was done really well. Unfortunately, just way too much firepower coming against them. And when they were getting shots out, they weren't accurate enough. But the fundamentals are definitely there. And it's a really good basis for Techno to work on there. In terms of how they were playing, but also the confidence to bring those sorts of tactics in against a team like IDK. Really good. Again, a lot of very good things, base things there for Techno to work from. So Techno are now staying on the pitch on the red side, and Mwiro are coming in on blue. So Mwiro is one of this tournament's new teams. So they train here at HADO Brighton, but this is one their first experience into sort of sanctioned tournaments. And what we generally see, especially with these teams who are in their first tournaments, we do see them jump in ability as they go across the course of the tournament. Sort of like baptism of fire against in this more high pressure environment, against these better teams. Just watching other teams play as well, you generally see a nice sort of uptick in ability across the course of the tournament. So we're expecting to see some better gameplay from them as we work through. obviously they have had some matches where they've been quite clumped together, which is all a confidence element. But hopefully now we're going to see them start to spread out a lot more across the pitch and get a lot better gameplay as they go. Okay, so that's all of our techno players logged in. Just waiting for the Enwero on blue, just to get the gear ready. And then we'll get this next game underway. So this is match 14 of the pool stages. So there are 45 matches in the pool stage today. So next match after this will be Boss versus Enwero. But for now, we're getting ready for Techno versus Enwero. So Enwero players just getting themselves finalising their gear and getting themselves good to go. So Techno, the more experienced of these two teams, but Enwero are currently going through the sort of classic baptism of fire that we see for young teams in their first tournaments. And hopefully we're going to see that constant, that regular sort of growth in confidence from the Enwero team. So 2-0 for Techno after the first few seconds. Enwero on the board as well now, 4-1. Enwero players unfortunately getting caught in that back corner, clumping together a little too much. He's got a lot more firepower coming out from the Enwero players. 9-1 to Techno. 10-1. Just not enough firepower coming out from the blue side at the moment. Techno having to do very, very little in the way of evasion here, which is allowing them to get their shots on target. They're under no real pressure to dodge or evade. Just need more shots from the Enwero team. What they're firing is accurate, there's just not enough of it. 18 points to 2 at the moment for Techno. 19-3. And we're definitely just suffering from a lack of firepower here. And they've got a player that took 3 shields as well and hasn't used a single one. So shield points unfortunately have been completely wasted there by Enwero. Definitely looking at the way they're playing, charge rate just so they can get out more shots. So a very, very controlling win there from the boss. From Techno. 30 points to 3. And we're just suffering from just not putting enough shots out. I mean, better than the early ones. Some of the early matches were a lot less than that shot-wise. So there has been a step up there in those shots fired. Just need more of it. So keep that going. More shots, more movement. And if you're going to put points into shields, you've got to remember to use those shields. Otherwise, they are just dead points. So next up, we have Enwero staying on blue, and we have the boss coming in on red. So definitely, obviously a very, very strong team coming in against Enwero now. Hopefully, that's not going to cause too much of a confidence element for them. But we've definitely seen them start to clump together more. Things like the idea of wanting to use shields to protect themselves against some of these stronger teams, rather than just fighting back. And unfortunately, those shields, one, they get taken down quite quickly if you're not using them effectively. But also, as we saw in that last matchup, if you take points of shields and then don't use the shields, that's even worse, because you've had no benefit from it whatsoever. So we need to find a way to obviously that team need to find, really understand, if you're going to put points in shields, you've got to use them, you've got to put something sensible, or just really look at pushing out more in terms of that those charge rates, those shots, and getting shots across the pitch. Yeah, if you're not making the other team dodge, then they are just going to keep sniping shots in on you. They've got plenty of time to get their aim in, and they're going to land those points against you. There's not a lot really you can do to stop that if the shots aren't going out. So, need some more confidence from Awiro, need some more shots. And if you're going to take shields, you've got to use them, and hopefully try and use them effectively. From the boss, obviously expectation here is we're going to see either 2 assassins and a technician, or three assassins. Obviously, they're going to be aware there's a high chance that we're likely to go shields again. Obviously, they may again make the error and not use the shields, but if they put the shields up, they're going to get rid of them nice and quickly. So we're most likely to see 2 assassins and a technician from the boss. Right, teams just get themselves ready on courtside. Just waiting for the final Wiro player to get logged in. This is match 15, so then this will be 1/3 of the way through the pool stage. Here we go, game on. Early points on the board there for the boss. Seven to nothing here. And we need to get some confidence. Punch forward. They've got nothing to lose. You may as well just go for it. Spread yourselves out a bit across the pitch. Keep the fire going. Talk to each other, try and agree targets, and all try and put shots into the same area. Make it really difficult for the opposing players. Excellent work, and we've got a point on the board, 12-1. Boss absolutely just clumping together on the front line there. They could, trying to give almost every chance to Nwiro. 22 points to 1 on this stage. 23 now. 10 seconds remaining. And we're at the second point on the board. And a very controlling win there for the boss against first-time team Nwiro. But that was better again from Nwiro. There was a lot more shots coming out from them. So even from the comparison of their game against Techno, as before, more shots, more movement. That was good. Obviously, it's not a win, but you don't win against don't go against a top team and win the very first time. You get beaten the very first time. That's what happens in any sport. Then you get beaten by a bit less and a bit less and a bit less. And then it starts to become closer, and eventually you get to the point where you're flipping the narrative and you're taking the lead. But you've got to work your way through those early games. You've got to get that experience in order to work your way up to that point. So the boss are staying on now on the red side, with super glitches coming in on blue. So I said that. Kind of what we expected to see, really. The boss there winning against Nwiro, but Nwiro definitely, against the previous games and both the games against Techno and the other games I've played so far today, you're seeing a definite improvement in their confidence, their movement, shots fired. It'd be not really good to see. Once they've finished this round of tournaments. What to take away from today, what they can then add into training going forward from here, and then how they perform in the next tournament down the line. Because there's a definite marked improvement as they've gone through these games today. So moving up next, so we have the boss remaining on the red side and super glitches coming in on blue. So teams at the moment are just getting themselves rigged and ready to take the field. Okay, so both teams just getting themselves logged in and ready to go. So just waiting on final players to get themselves in and ready. All the boss players ready to go, just waiting on the final super glitch player by the looks of things. So, depending on how things go today, IDK could flip positions with the boss on the national ranking tables. It's definitely possible. Rockhoppers have the capacity to flip positions with Newcastle. Techno, very high chance there. I think guaranteed at this point they're going to flip positions with Triple Threat. And super glitches coming in at the bottom of the table as well with our new teams today. Right, here we go. So we've got shields on the super glitch side, and that sort of double assassin and technician there from the boss. 2-1, 2-all. Fantastic play there from super glitches. 4-2. Boss having to step up a little bit here. I think they might have been taking this a little lightly off the get-go, so allowed super glitches to get 2 early points on the board. Boss now very much putting the pressure on here after those early points from super glitches. Good central shield position there for super glitches. That is helping him quite a lot. 30 seconds remaining. Need to get rid of that boss shield. Nice movement. Good to see that super glitches are happy to advance like that. Try and put that pressure on. 10 seconds remaining. Three, 2, 1. 24 points to 3. That couple of early points on the board there from super glitch, I think, caught boss a little bit by surprise. Forced them to have to sort of up the game more than they may have been intending to. But good performance there from super glitches, and obviously great win there for the boss. So super glitches are staying on red to face off against mammoths. Staying on blue to face off against mammoths on red. So we've got a run of games from our new tournament teams coming through now. So she's originally sort of peer group teams. So she's quite nice game, interesting gameplay. Hopefully some quite even matches as they come through. So this is, we said, super glitches are staying on the blue side, and Team Mammoth coming in on the red. So looking over our results so far here. So Super Glitches, our red team, have currently got I've got one match win to their name so far today. Mammoths also with one match win. So both teams with one match win, so they're currently tied in the results table. So let's see what they're able to do against each other here. So said Super Glitches getting those that couple of sort of early surprise points there against the boss in that last game, really forcing them to up their speed in game. So they're obviously capable of some nice, fast and accurate play. And let's see how this is going to play out between them and Mammoths. I'm just waiting for the final players to get themselves logged and ready. So I'm working on one player each side. Okay, all players logged in and ready to go. So for the coach to clear court and we'll be game on. Okay, so firepower all the way around. So looking for lots of shots, lots of movement here from both sides. First point on the board there for Super Glitches, 1-0. Mammoths looking for their first score, and they've got it, 1 point apiece. 2-1 now, 3-1. Super Glitches pushing, knocking the points home there. 4-2, good score each side there. Nice movement from Super Glitches. Mammoths starting to snipe some shots home in. Need to see a lot more shots from the Mammoths players. 5-all. Just past the halfway mark. 6-5. Mammoths have managed to flip the scoreline. Can Super Glitches pull this back? 30 seconds remaining. 7-6. Mammoths still holding on to that 1 point lead. 20 seconds now. 8-6. 8-7. Super Glitches still needing that point. 9-7. Great work from Mammoth. 10-7. Mammoth take it. 10-7. Great work from them. Very, very close game. So Mammoth are going to be staying on red. And we have Team Ace coming in on blue. So nice play there from the two sides. Some good seeing, but both teams being willing to go for firepower, movement. Obviously, they're definitely growing in their match confidence in the way they're playing, which is very nice to see. Makes it much more enjoyable matches for the guys to play and also for us to watch, which is good. And nice the way that good seesawing on the point scores there. Good play from both sides. Obviously, a lot to work with on confidence. There was deficit points there where players weren't keeping their arms nicely vertical. You have to keep your arm in that vertical position to build up charge, which allows you to fire. If your arms sort of drop down low or off to the side, you don't get the charge build up. So I think they could. Both teams are capable of doing more firepower than they did, but really good game from those peer group teams there. So next up again, in terms of experience, peer group teams as well. So Mammoth on red, and it is Ace coming in on blue. So it looks like Team Mammoth are ready to go. So just waiting for Team Ace to get the gear and get themselves onto pitch and logged in. Mammoths versus Ace, which is match 18. Then after this, we'll have the Will of D versus Ace. So it's a whole series of peer group teams here. So no real sort of pre-match predictions. All these teams have been playing well today. They're all still in that very early learning curve where we see this sort of like game-on-game progression from the teams at this stage. So how they performed earlier in the tournament doesn't necessarily going to tell us how how this one's going to play out. So we're just waiting on one last player there from Team Ace on the blue side to get themselves logged and ready. Okay, all players look ready. Here we go. So fairly aggressive builds both sides. Random 2-point shield on the Ace team. But other than that, fairly matched between the two. First point's on for Ace. Second point for Ace. A couple of two crackingly accurate shots there coming out from Team Ace. Mammoth are on the board. 3-1 to Ace. 20 seconds played. Mammoth on a fight back now. 3-all. Can they flip the scoreline, or Ace going to manage to pull it away again? Ace players a little bit clumped up at the moment. Need to get themselves spread out. Make themselves difficult targets. Ace pulling away again. Stop Mammoth flipping the board. Mammoth have pulled it tight, and Ace moved away again by a point. Mammoth have levelled again. Can they flip that scoreline? Yeah, they have. 6-5 to Mammoth now. Can Ace reclaim the momentum? 6-all. 7-6. Yep, taking it back. 8-6 now. 9-6. Mammoth in trouble here. 20 seconds to go. They need 3 points to level it. 15 seconds. 10-7. Still need 3 points. Going into the closing seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Team Ace take it. 8 points to 10. So really nice play from both teams there. Nice aggression, nice movement. Still a little bit too much clumping there from from Team Ace. I think they could have reduced the number of points that they gave away during that. They've just got themselves a little bit more spread out, but overall very good performance on both sides. Both teams, vying for it all the way down that lovely sort of flip of the scoreline going both sides as they work through. So really good play from them. So carrying on with these peer group matches, we now have the Will of D coming in on red to face off against Ace on blue. This is match 19 about to start now. Will of D on red versus Team Ace on blue. Coming in after this, we have Will of D staying on red, and they'll be facing off against Fighting Mongooses on blue. So that's the next match after this one. Yep, girls play really well, Dan. Despite your comment there in chat. So just a really great performance from Ace there. Let's see if they're able to do it again, or if Will of D can give them some serious resistance. Okay, here we go, guys. Shields on Will of D. Mixed bag there from Team Ace. Early shields from both sides. Ace need to get rid of those Will of D shields. Good work taking that shield down. First point on the board for Ace. Will of D shielding again. And currently only the Will of D shielder is actually benefiting from those shields. 3-1. Will of D doing a good job here though. Shields are causing enough confusion to let them get some points on the board. Ace fighting back at the halfway mark. And they flip the scoreline. And Will of D answering back straight away. They're 4 points apiece. Just one more. That's the last of the heavy shields from Will of D gone now. Will of D shielded. He's realised I was going to start charging. 20 seconds now. Ace with a single point advantage. 2 point advantage. Will of D doing a great fight back here. They flip the scoreline 7-6. 10 seconds now. 7-all. 5 seconds. 8-7 to Will of D. 8-all. And we're going to overtime. Right, 10 seconds to get your breath back. So, Ace have got their 2 point shielder, have still got both of their shields remaining. So in terms of remaining markers, favour is definitely in Ace's favour here. But no, Will of D take it. Clean shot on the left side. Fortunately, that was onto the Ace shielder who still had all of their shields remaining. Definite tactical error there from the Ace shielder, unfortunately. But great game there from both sides. The Will of D shields causing just enough chaos to allow him to get those hits in, but Team Ace unfortunately taking points into shields but failing to use them. So Will of D are staying on red, and we have Fighting Mongooses coming in on blue. So Will of D versus Fighting Mongooses next. And that will then be followed by Rockhoppers versus Fighting Mongooses. So Will of D performing really well there. We'll see what they can do against the more experienced Rockhoppers team, and then the follow on from that Rockhoppers versus Mongooses is going to be that's one actually quite a challenge for both teams. Maybe on overall points an edge for the Rockhoppers, but we'll see how it goes. But this next one should be interesting though. So Will of D versus Mongooses. So Will of D, one of our the new teams coming through here in Brighton. As we see with all these Brighton teams, especially those coming through their first tournaments, that we're seeing them start to step game on game. They get a lot more confidence as they're going through each of these games. They get more aggressive. They get happy to use the tactics. Shielding for Will of D definitely seems to be the core of their tactic, but they really need to move their shields forward if they're going to take advantage of them. And as we've seen so far, 2 assassin, one shielder set up for Fighting Mongooses seems to be where they're going for in this tournament. And their shielding positions have been excellent in terms of where they've been placed and how they've been using them. So probably the best use actually will be, if they're going down the shields route here, would be to counter shield, dropping the shields in front of the mongoose positions as they go. But let's see what choices they make. Okay, so all the Will of D players logged and ready, just waiting on the Mongoose players to get themselves into game. So just waiting for the last couple of Mongoose players to sort their equipment out. So I've just got them reset on one of the headsets. So saying this one we're expecting to see most probably a Mongooses win here. They are the more experienced team. Willoughby have been playing really well though. They just, especially the Shield, just need a bit of confidence to come forward, try and place those Shields in tactically better positions. Because currently they are in the main just benefiting the Shielder rather than their own team. So if they can get that little bit of confidence, start to move their Shields up, or use them to counter shield against the Mongooses Shields, they could definitely cause a bit of trouble for the Mongooses here. Let's see how it plays through. Love the cheering, Dan. Just watching the chat there. So Dan's predicting a 9-0 win here. Let's see see if he's got it right. Right, game on. So, yep, both teams sticking with the strategies we've seen so far. Heavy shield up from Willoughby early on. So that first shield gone down. So that first Mongoose shield coming in on the front line. First point's on the board for Mongooses. Second point for Mongoose. Third shield from for Willoughby. Right, Willoughby down to their final shield. 4 heavy duty shields still in play for Mongooses. That's the last Willoughby shield gone up now at the halfway mark. Mongooses 4 points to 1. Willoughby on the scoreboard. Mongoose life mark has been chipped away. All 3 players on single marker now. 5-2. Mongoose is still controlling the game. All the Willoughby shields are gone. 2 heavy duty shields still in play for Mongooses. 20 seconds to go. Really need to get those shields up and played. Missed timing on the shield raise there. And again. 9-3. 5 seconds. Nine points to 3. Well, you got the Mongoose score right, Dan. And it was a win for them, so they're all good there. So it'll be Willoughby stepping down off the pitch now, and Rockhoppers coming in on the red side. So it can be a much tougher game now for Fighting Mongooses. So good play there. Obviously Mongoose is well in control of the game. Still with a rank 5 shield actually in the bank when they hit the end there. Possibly could have done with just dropping that out a little earlier, just to reduce the scoring opportunities for the other team. But good solid win for Fighting Mongooses in that round there. So next up for Fighting Mongooses we have Rockhoppers. This is going to be one of their main big challenge games for this tournament. Rockhoppers, if Mongoose is looking for a win here, they're going to have to really up their game significantly. A lot more speed and accuracy. And we saw there were a couple of missed shields, points where the shield charge wasn't completely correctly before bringing the arm up to activate it. They won't be able to afford mistakes like that in this next game. So let's see how they play through. Okay. Okay, so 1, 2, just wait for the final. So wait for the final Mongoose player to log in, and then our 3 Rockhoppers players. Expectation here is we'd like to see probably 2 assassins and a technician for the Rockhoppers versus 2 assassins and a defender on the Mongooses. But let's see whether they're predictable or not. Just waiting for the last 2 Rockhopper players to get themselves logged in. After this, Rockhoppers will be staying on and be facing off against Mwiro on blue. Just waiting on the final Rockhoppers players to get themselves logged and ready. Seb there on the front line, showing off what working knees will allow you to do. Very envious about working knees. Okay, so 2 Rockhoppers players just waiting to get logged in. Get this game on in just a minute. Okay, just waiting on the final Rockhoppers player, and then we'll be good to go. So prediction here: 2 assassins and a shielder on the Mongoose side. 2 assassins and a technician on the Rockhoppers side. I'd like to see a lot of aggressive frontline play from the Rockhoppers, and I also expect them to target the Mongoose shielder. Right, looks like both teams are good to go. Yep. As predicted there. Actually, we've got a assassin and a technician on the Mongoose side. But good call there, I think, from Mongooses. They've shifted their shield player. Nothing to do with the ability of the shielder there, but more in terms of causing confusion for the other side. So they were targeting the wrong person from the get-go. 2 points to nothing there for Rockhoppers. 3-0. Mongooses need to get that first score on the board. And Mongoose shields going up, but yeah, first time we've had someone other than the shielder actually take advantage of the shields. Shields about to drop, so 2 shields remaining on the Mongoose side. First point on the board for Mongooses, 4-1. 30 seconds remaining. 7-1. Mongooses need to get their next point. Final 1 shield left in the bank for Mongooses. Last shield up, 10 seconds. Can they earn something from it? Very, very controlling game so far from Rockhoppers. I mean, it was a good tactic shifting the shield player there from Mongooses to draw a 10th firepower onto the wrong person from the get-go. But unfortunately, Rockhoppers were clearly aware that Mongooses were going down that shield route, and having that heavy charge rate player on their team just allowed them to carve the way through the Mongoose shields too rapidly, really not allowing Mongoose to get any key benefits from them. So next up we have Rockhoppers versus Mwiro. So Rockhoppers are staying in on red, and with Mwiro coming in on blue. This is match 22. So we're coming up on the halfway mark now. After this we will have Mammoths versus Mwiro, so another peer group matchup. Following on after the Rockhoppers and Mwiro game. So some nice plays so far. So for everybody, Obviously, some of the slightly more mismatched matches we knew where they were going, but there was some good play, especially from the peer group teams, and some nice and definitely some more experienced teams then getting a few shots and having to really work against teams where they weren't expecting to have to do so. Okay, so just a quick recap while we're waiting for teams to get ready for the first half of the tournament. We start off with Techno versus Ace, which is a win for Techno. Then Rockhoppers Techno Rockhoppers, which is a win for Rockhoppers. The Boss Rockhoppers, which is a win for the Boss. Boss IDK, which is a win for IDK. Enwiro IDK, a win for IDK. Enwiro Super Glitches, a win for Super Glitches. Will of D versus Super Glitches, which is a win for Will of D. Will of D Mammoths, which is a win for Mammoths. Fighting Mongooses Mammoths, which is a win for Mongooses. Fighting Mongooses Ace, another win for Mongooses. Rockhoppers Ace, win for Rockhoppers. Rockhoppers IDK, win for IDK. Techno IDK, which is a win for IDK. Techno Enwiro, which is a win for Techno. The Boss Enwiro, which is a win for the Boss. Boss Super Glitches, which is a win for the Boss. Mammoth Super Glitches, a win for Mammoths. Mammoths Ace, which is a win for Ace. Will of D Ace, win for Will of D. Will of D Fighting Mongooses, win for Mongooses. And Rockhoppers Mongooses, which is a win for Rockhoppers. So a real nice sort of like spread there of wins and losses across different teams. Obviously, IDK and the Boss both doing very, very well, but some of these the peer group teams having a nice sort of mix of victories and defeats spread amongst them, and as we've been seeing, we're starting to see this sort of progression, very fast progression from these teams in their first tournament. They're starting to get their feet under them, lose a bit of that early nervousness, get a bit of confidence from the matches they played, and start to step up, become a lot more aggressive in their positioning and their fire. So Rockhoppers red and Enwiro on blue. So we're just waiting on our final Rockhopper player to get themselves logged in and ready. Okay, that's all of our players logged in now. Here we go, guys. So, most of firepower both sides. Getting that random sort of 2-point shield attached from Enwiro. See if they can actually remember to use their shields this time. First point's on the board for Rockhoppers. I don't believe, Elliot, that there's currently an online scoreboard, but I'll try and do rather than just a rundown, I'll try and do a summary of current team positions for you. 8-0 currently for Rockhoppers. Coming up on the halfway mark. $14-0, $15-0, and we're looking to get that first point. And we were putting up a valiant defence, but just being completely overwhelmed by the Rockhoppers there. 22-0. So it's Rockhopper stepping down from the court, and Wirru staying on blue, and Mammoths coming on red. So a valiant attempt there from Wirru, just but being completely overwhelmed by the Rockhoppers' attack. So we're going to try and work through now and get a bit more as we're now past the halfway mark, viewing where the teams are on their performances, and try and work our way through that whilst we're on our preparation for this next match. So Mammoth on red and Techno and Wirru on blue. So teams just getting their equipment moved around. Okay, so I've got our, just waiting for our last players to take the pitch and get the gear ready to get this game on. Team's nearly ready to go for this next round. Here we go, guys. Game on. So, reasonable charge rate there coming from Will of D. Rank 3 shields coming out from Wirru. Not expecting the Wirru shields to last very long against that firepower, so they're going to need to use them very effectively if they're going to make any difference to this game. Currently a controlling barrage of shots there coming in from Will of D, but Wirru got themselves on the board and starting to fight back. Sorry, Mammoth's on red, not Will of D. Apologies for that. Good work here from Wirru trying to fight back against Mammoths. Starting to get those points on the board, just too unfortunately really clumped together, and that high charge rate from the Mammoth team just allowing to barrage shots in against the Wirru players. And a controlling win there for Team Mammoth. So Team Mammoth are remaining on the pitch on red, and we have Techno coming out on the blue. Okay, so just resetting the court for the next game up. So the next game is Mammoths on red versus Techno on blue. So it's a nice play coming through from the guys so far. We just finished trying to total off points wise. So currently we have IDK and Rockhoppers tied with 4 match wins each. In first place, Boss and Mammoth tied in third place with 3 match wins each. In fifth place, it's a 3-way tie there. So Boss, Mammoth, and Fighting Mongooses, all with 3 match wins each. Next down is Techno and Will of D with 2 match wins. Super Glitch and H with 1 match wins, and MO and Wiro still to get their first win of the tournament. Obviously, a lot of games still to play. Can't go be expected. Expect to see IDK, Boss, Rockhoppers in that top 3, but good to see Mongooses and Mammoth tied in there in third place there with the Boss. And so IDK and Rockhoppers currently in joint first place with 4 game wins each. As we come up on the halfway mark, obviously we've got a lot of those sort of big face-offs still to come. So. IDK still face off against Mongooses, for example, and IDK with obviously a lot of games still playing that. Same with the Boss. Boss also face off against Mongooses still. We'll see how it goes. Right, let's get back to a game. Mammoths red, Techno blue. 2 points Techno, Mammoths looking for the first point. "20 seconds played, Mammoths still looking for that first point on the board. Techno very much control the game at this stage. Mammoths are on the board. A long way to go though for any kind of fight back in. 5 points to close the gap. So we're on the halfway mark now. Techno extending the lead. Good work so far from Mammoth trying to slow down Techno. But Techno absolutely in control of this game here. Final 10 seconds, 5 points to 15. Great little flurry fight back there from Mammoth, but it's just too little too late. And that's a definitive win there for Team Techno, 16 points to 8. That moves Techno up into the incredibly competitive third place at the moment. 4 teams all tied on 3 match wins. Next up we have the Boss on red versus Techno on blue. It's got a very, very tough game here for Techno. Obviously, they train here in Brighton with the Boss, but a very great deal of difference in training experience and match experience between these 2 teams. So we'd expect, odds are, that obviously this to go in favour of the Boss, but you never know. 8 seconds, surprising things happen. Let's see if Techno can keep their confidence together, keep their aggression and the gameplay together, and see if they can seriously make the Boss work. As you've seen already in a couple of games, some of the more experienced teams here have definitely underestimated their opponents, allowing their opponents to get some good momentum going, and force those more experienced teams to really have to build up speed and pressure where they clearly weren't expected to have to. So I don't think it's going to be too much longer before these newer teams will really start to push the more experienced, more established teams, which is a really good thing to see. So teams just get themselves geared and ready on court now. Just waiting for the players to get themselves logged in and ready. Again, so all the boss players are ready. Just waiting on the final techno players to get their gear sorted and logged in. Okay, so all players are logged and ready to go. Okay, both sides going for firepower. Our left-hand techno players, much too static. And giving away that first point there against the boss. Rapid succession of points there going in for the boss. Techno need to get themselves on the scoreboard. Good shield play from the boss there again. Seeing that quite regularly from them in their games here, just dropping those single point shields in, break up the flow of gameplay. Techno's still not able to land a hit, forcing the boss players to dodge and evade, and they're clipping away those life markers. Still not enough to get a point on the board yet. 20 seconds remaining, 11-0. That's it, 2 points on the board for Techno. Dominating win from the boss though, 15 points to 2. Great fight back, little fight back there from Techno at the end, but boss very firmly in control of that game from start to finish. So that moves the boss up into joint first place with IDK and Rockhoppers with 4 game wins. Next up, we have the boss staying on the red side, playing against Team Ace on the blue. So the table developing quite quickly there. Boss moving up into joint first place. We expect after this, Ace, they're a new team for this tournament. They're very clearly in favour of a boss winning this round. If boss take this game, that's going to move them up and into first place currently with 5 game wins. However, as the boss then leave the field, we've then got IDK joining us for 2 matches. First one against Ace, and then the second one against Super Glitches. So we're going to expect to see these table positions start to shift quite rapidly now, and it's really start to sort of spread out a bit as well. So, boss on red versus Ace on blue for our next matchup. And this is match 26 out of the 45 pool stage matches. Just waiting for our last two team members, Team Ace, to get the gear sorted. All the boss players logged and ready to go. So just waiting on our last team member from Team Ace to get themselves logged in. Okay, that's the time. All players logged and ready. Okay, here we go. Game on. Old smash on your shields there from Team Ace. Let's see if they're able to do with it. It's a strange tactical choice. 1 point apiece. Nice opening from Team Ace there. Again, I think the boss not taking him seriously to start off with, and that's cost them 2 points. So 6-2 for the boss at the moment. It's the boss in control of the game, but Ace doing a great job of resistance here. 3 points now in against the boss. 9 points to 3. (12-3). Ace players doing really well here. Still clipping away at some of those boss life markers. Boss though really extending the scoreline here. No chance of an Ace win now, but can Ace get another point on the board? Can they make it 4 points? 20 seconds remaining. Shields going up, buying Ace a little bit of time, but they need to put some firepower back out the other way. Absolutely dominating performance from the boss in this match. (27 points to 3). So, as with some of the earlier games, boss not quite taking their opponent seriously and giving up some early points. That's a fifth game win there for the boss, taking the boss currently into first position on the table. We have IDK now taking the pitch against Team Ace, followed by IDK versus Super Glitches. So obviously a strong expectation is going to be 2 IDK wins, which allow them to then leapfrog the boss and retake first place on the table. Let's see what they can do though. Obviously, boss didn't take Ace seriously as should have done, and gave away some early points there. Let's see whether IDK learn from that, I suppose, and try and run it as a clean sweep. Let's see how they go. So it is Ace staying in on the blue side and IDK coming in on the red.
On YouTube.
So just while we're getting these guys rigged and ready, just a quick review then. Current tournament standings. First place is the boss with 5 match wins. Joint second place is IDK and Rock Hoppers with 4 match wins. Joint fourth place with 3 match wins is Techno, Mammoth and Fighting Mongooses. Then Will of D with 2 match wins. Super Glitch and Ace with 1 match win apiece. And then Wiro in final place with yet to take a game. So here we have IDK on red and Ace on blue. So Ace players are all logged in. Just waiting for a final IDK player. Yep, and that's all of the IDK players logged in. Okay, let's get this game underway. Okay, much heavier shield focus this time around from Team Ace. See if they can get them up and go around to use them. Nice double shield there. IDK focus firing through them quite rapidly though. And 2 points on the board for IDK. More shields going in from Team Ace. Two of their heavy duty shields left. Still getting caught in that back corner. They need to spread themselves out from there. Stop clumping together. It's just making them much too easy for their opponents to land hits on them. Great dodging work from IDK though. IDK completely in control of the game at this stage. Ace still to get a point on the board. Ace shield are being very heavily focused to prevent any chance of those last two shields getting used. 10 seconds now. Controlling display there from IDK, just not giving Ace any chance to get into that game. So that moves IDK up to IDK moves up to their 5th match win there, taking them to joint first place with the boss. Next up we have IDK playing again on the red, facing off against Super Glitches on the blue. So IDK red, Super Glitch blue. And for after this match, we have IDK stepping down, and it'll be fighting Mongooses up for 2 matches. First one against Super Glitches, second against Mwiru. So we have double fighting Mongoose matchups coming after this one. Yeah, it's just going to be 2 minutes just while we're getting the players into position, logged and ready. Right, final 10 seconds of the game here. Controlling game from IDK. Super Glitches unable to land a hit here. 34-0 at this stage. And that takes IDK to 6 match victories and the first place on the leaderboard. Okay guys, so we are coming up on match 29, which is going to be Fighting Mongooses versus Super Glitches. So Fighting Mongooses coming on the red side, Super Glitches staying on blue, to be followed by Fighting Mongooses versus Mwuru. Back on court side. No, I'm good. Okay, so Fight Mongoose is coming in on the red side here, and Super Glitches on the blue. So we're seeing a pretty solid set of tactics of that sort of double assassin, single shielder from Mongooses so far through the tournament. So obviously high expectation, we're going to see that again in this round. Which means Super Glitch has been watching the way that Mongooses have been playing. You know, they should be taking a charge rate 5 player. Just trying to make sure they can get rid of those shields as fast as possible. But let's see if they've been paying any attention. Okay, so small technical issue just sorting out on the Super Glitch side. We should have game on in a moment. Here we go then. First point on the board for Super Glitches. Second point for Super Glitches. Mongoose is going to have to step the game up here. 2-1. 2-all. Mongoose has pulled it back level. I think that was a bit of a surprise for them. And 3-2. Super Glitches targeting the Mongoose shielder. 4-2 now. Mongoose need to make use of the shield now. They've got to get some points on the board. Fast, rapid takedown of that shield there for Super Glitches. Great play from them. Mongoose is still points down. Pull it back to the level. 5 points apiece. 30 seconds remaining. Mongoose has managed to flip the scoreline. 6-5 now. Still got 2 heavy-duty shields left with 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Mongoose is now edging ahead now. 8-6, 9-6. Okay, it's all remaining shields up. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Very much took Mongoose by surprise. They were not expecting that from Super Glitches. Super Glitches, great performance from them against a much more experienced team. Mongoose is really having to dig deep in that second half to pull the game back and take the win there against Super Glitches.
I'm not telling you.
So Mongooses are staying on the pitch on the red side, and Mwiru are coming in as their new opponents on blue. So great performance there from Super Glitches. Very, very much took the Mongoose team by surprise there. Allowed Super Glitches to get an early lead, and they were very effectively, obviously they clearly identified the Mongoose shielder, and they were very effectively focused firing onto her to keep her locked out of play, preventing those shields going up. Obviously once you managed to get out of that cycle and got the shields up, Mongooses were able to bring back to level and then eventually take the game. But good tactical play for Super Glitches there, and clearly not what Mongooses were expecting to see from them, especially that's like early part of the game. So, Mwiru coming up next. Mwiru is still chasing their first match win, but as with all of these young teams, just they're all coming up game on game. Super Glitches just managed to surprise Mongooses quite a lot. Let's see what Mwiru can do. So the Mwiru team just getting their gear sorted at the moment, while the Mongooses getting themselves getting ready to log back in and into this next game. Yeah, looking at the chat there, agree, Dan. Yeah, it was good choice on those last couple of shields. Meant that once they got ahead, they could lock the game out and move on. So I just don't think they expected the other team to so effectively target in and keep back and locked out in that early stage of the game. Just waiting for the players now to get themselves rigged. Hollow coaching and advice coming in for Team Mwiru from their peers and their coaches. The Mongoose players just sorting the gear out, getting themselves ready to go for this next round. So after this game, Mongooses still have another 3 matches to play. And after this game, there will be 2 more for Mwiru. Both against peer group teams, so both for a chance for Mwiru to finally get their first win and get properly onto the results table. Mongoose is now with a 4th game win after that last round, which takes them into joint 3rd place with Rockhoppers. They take this, it'll take them into joint 2nd place with the Boss. Here we go, game on. 2 high charge rate players there on the Mwiru side. So you've had some good advice there from the coaches on that one. Obviously, given the focus for the Mongoose team today seems to have on heavy shields. First points on the board for Mongooses. Don't think they're taking any chances after that the bit of a shot they got there from Super Glitches in the last match. 6-0. Mongooses very much controlling the game here, and we're players unfortunately bunching together, and Mongooses almost sort of driving them around the pitch, landing hits on them at each point as that group of players moves to the block. 30 seconds remaining, and we're still looking for their first point. First point on the board for Mwuru. 20 seconds played. Mongooses absolutely control this game here though. 19 points to 1, 20 points to 1 coming into the final 10 seconds. The last Mongoose shield gone up, and we're with the second point on the board. 3, 2, 1. 22 points to 2 win Fighting Mongooses. I think very much after the shock that Super Glitches gave him last round, I don't think they were taking any chances this time. That's a 5th match win for Mongooses, taking him into joint 2nd place with the boss. So it's Fighting Mongooses to step down. Will of D coming in on the red side to face off against Mwuru, who are remaining on blue. So that was match 30. So just at the 2/3 point now, 15 matches to go. So next coming up, said, is Will of D on the red, and then Mwuru coming in on blue. Should be followed by Will of D remaining on red against Rockhoppers on blue. So Will of D next, Will of D and Mwuru next, followed by Will of D versus Rockhoppers after that. So we're coming into sort of like final sort of like round of matches for some of the teams now. So after this one, and we've got one more game before end of tournament. Will of D will have 2 more games after this one before end of tournament. So some of these teams starts coming to those final points. We've definitely got some big ones that are going to come up. We're going to decide a lot of things. So we have Fighting Mongooses versus the Boss and Fighting Mongooses versus IDK still to come. So obviously those are going to be very, very key for where Mongooses finish out on the final table. We've got quite a few peer group teams still to face off against each other though. So we're going to have some nice balance play there. So yeah, and we also have Fighting Mongooses versus Techno. So 3 of the 4 toughest games of Mongooses still to come. But a lot of really good peer group teams between the newer Brighton teams still to play through as well. But I think all of the big Brighton games, so between IDK, Boss and Rockhoppers, have now played through. So we've got the tough games for Mongooses, and we've got these, we've got the peer group games, and then also obviously some of the Boss, Rockhoppers, and IDK facing off against some of these less experienced teams as we work through. So Will of D are logged in, ready to go on red. Just waiting for Mwuru to finish getting the gear ready on blue. So just waiting for the last players there on Mwuru. Will of D are all ready to go. Mwuru still chasing their first match win of the tournament. Here we go, game on. So get that random sort of 2 shield point there on Mwuru. It's not benefited them at all this tournament. Definitely something I want to think to look out for the future. First point on the board for Mwuru. 2-1, 2-all. Willardy fighting back, but great start there for Mwiru. 20 seconds played. Willardy just edging the flip the score line, edging ahead by a point. Can Mwiru get themselves back in the game? 4-2 now to Willardy. And Mwiru need to get some points on the board here to stop Willardy starting to open that score line up on them. Halfway mark, 3 points in it. Still holding at a 3-point lead there for Willardy. Mwiru still, they're starting to land some more hits now, clipping away those life markers. 2-point lead now, 20 seconds. Willardy opening that lead up now though, 4 points, that's the danger point, 5 points now. And we're in a lot of trouble here. They were looking great for that start point in the match, but Willardy now really starting to move the game out of their reach. 3, 2, 1, 9 points to 5. Great performance from Mwiru there. Really, really good off the get-go. Clearly scared the Willardy players, but unfortunately not to end up as their first match win. So obviously Willardy are staying on red side, and we have Rockhoppers coming in on the blue. So Willardy on red versus Rockhoppers on blue. Be interesting to see how this one goes. I mean, the odds are obviously very strongly in favour of Rockhoppers win. But we've seen multiple points during this. More experienced teams just not taking the less experienced teams as serious as they should. Giving up early points and then really having to work to pull the game back around again. So I think there's one sort of overriding thing that's been working through the tournament today. It's that these more experienced teams really need to take these up-and-coming teams seriously. Yes, they can beat them, but they can't just ignore them. They're going to land hits on them. They're going to take points off them. And if they're doing that already with how little comparative experience they've got, once they've got a bit more training under the belts, a few more tournaments under the belts, they're going to start to become definite threats to some of the more experienced teams, which is great to see. So we've got our teams getting geared and ready. So Willardy on red, Rockhoppers on blue. Okay, players starting to get themselves logged in. Should be able to get the game underway nice and quickly. Okay, just waiting on the final Rockhoppers player. And hello there to you too, throwing the towel. Okay, so we've got one heavy shielder on Rockhoppers. It's an unusual tactic for them to follow. Let's see how it works. 2 high charge rate players for Willardy. They're as well placed as they can be for dealing with their shields. Rockhoppers currently not relying on the shields at all. 3-0 at this stage in favour of Rockhoppers. 4-0. First shield's gone up. Will do really need to get rid of those shields. So the Rockhopper shields are all out now. We've just in place as a general wall. I think it was more not a lot of tactical placement of those shields. I think it was just there to guarantee the Rockhoppers wouldn't have to move very much for a chunk of the match. So 16-1. Nice done from Willardy. Point on the board against the more experienced team. But Rockhoppers completely in control of this game. 10 seconds remaining. Three, 2, 1. 21 points to 1 in favour of the Rockhoppers. So that is Boss, Rockhoppers and Fighting Mongooses all tied in second place with 5 match wins. Rockhoppers are currently staying on the blue side and they'll be facing off against Mammoths on the red side. So, I mean, it was a slightly odd choice with the shields there from Rockhoppers, but correct choice on the fire rates from Willardy. So, technical choices were good. Rockhoppers evasion, just an accuracy. Unfortunately, just putting the game completely out of reach of Willardy at the moment. Again, it's just something to do. It's just that's a case of time, training, all those key things that Willardy need to be working on. Start bringing them up to that same level as teams like the Rockhoppers. So we said Rockhoppers stay on red, facing off against Mammoths on blue. See how the guys can do. So this game, Mammoths versus Rockhoppers, is match 33. So we're working our way through. Obviously, our top 4 teams will be facing off in the semi-finals. Current top 4 on table are IDK, Boss, Rockhoppers and Fighting Mongooses. See if they can all hold on to those top 4 points by the time we finish the pool stages. Okay, that's all our players logged in and ready. And we should have game on in just a few moments. Okay, straight aggression both sides. Let's see what they can do. Mammoths just need to get that firepower out. First point's on the board for Rockhoppers. Heavy fire coming in from Rockhoppers. Mammoths move forward. Good to see. Of course, that centre Mammoth player though is on the right on the centre line. Now, centre line is good for aggression. However, the middle of the centre line is the one place you don't want to be because you catch all the crossfire aimed at your teammates as well as everything that's aimed at yourself. So you're dealing with 3 players worth of firepower when you're on that that central front point. Front left, front right, both good. Front centre, not a great place to be in. Fortunately, he's pulled back from there now, so 18 points to nothing moment. Mammoths looking to try and get their first point on the board. 20 seconds left to play. Rockhoppers very thoroughly in control of this game. That's a dominating performance there from Rockhoppers, 0-23 in favour of the Rockhoppers. That moves Rockhoppers up into joint first place with IDK on 6 match wins. So Mammoths are staying on the red side, with the boss coming in on blue. So Mammoth on red, boss on blue. I think the boss are clearly obviously going to be the significantly stronger of these two teams. But let's see what Mammoths can do. It's one of those things, when you're against a much stronger team, we're always expecting anything of you. It's the time to try something crazy, try some new tactics, try some new ideas. I think the back's not going to make any difference at all. You might as well get confident and step up, and it can be a really good learning point for a lot of the newer teams to help them get that confidence. Just play, just go for it. So let's see if they can take that on, and where they can go with it. So this is Mammoths versus the boss, and after this we'll be fighting Mongooses versus the boss. Mammoths team will just get themselves logged in. Just waiting for the boss to get the gear and get themselves onto court. So the team's just getting their equipment sorted out. Should be able to get this game on very soon. Here we go, guys. Game on. Right, all firepower both sides. Straight one shot in there from the boss. No points on the board yet from Mammoths, but they are managed to clip away at those life markers. Point on the board for Mammoths. Great play from them. Said, obviously, boss totally in control of the game in terms of the scoreline and play, but anything that Mammoths managed to do against this significantly stronger team is a fantastic achievement from them. Second point from Mammoths. Great work. 20 points to 2 in favour of the boss. 20 seconds to play. Can Mammoths do it again before we run out of game time? Can they get another point? 5 seconds. 26 points to 2 in favour of the boss. That moves Boss into joint first place with the Rockhoppers. Next up, Boss down on blue, Fighting Mongooses coming in on red. So, very, very tough game here for Fighting Mongooses. Coming in against the Boss now. The Boss, very, very experienced with the technician role, tearing down shields, very good on the focus fire, good evasions. They're going to be hard to hit for the assassin players on Mongooses, and they're going to very rapidly tear their way through those shields. So be interesting to see whether the Mongooses stay with their sort of their flow of tactics we've seen in the game so far, or whether they try and step it up. See if they can come up with something a little bit out of left field that might give them a bit of an edge here with the Boss. We've seen Boss playing really well today. They've only dropped one game so far, which is against IDK. So this is a huge challenge match here for Mongooses. Obviously, the odds are in favour of the Boss, but let's see if the Mongooses are capable of bringing us an upset today. That's the Boss players all set and ready to go. Just waiting for the Fighting Mongooses to get themselves logged in. Well, Dan, who is not motivated by ice cream, so that's fair. But, we're talking good ice cream here, or just Tesco's own brand stuff. Where are you going with your prizes for the ladies? Okay, so looks like all the players are logged and ready. Here we go. They've gone firepower. Interesting. We're aware of how good the Boss are at getting rid of the shields, and they have dropped the shields entirely and just gone for a barrage of massive shots to really limit the dodging options to the Boss. Great tactical choice there from Mongooses. May not give them the game, but it's definitely shaking things up. Boss players in control of the game at this stage, 9 points to 1, coming up on the halfway mark. Boss players having to put some serious work into dodge though. Just the amount of shots coming in at them and the scale of them. Definitely, I don't think he's going to win the game, but it was a good tactical choice to mix that up and just try to overwhelm the Boss's dodging capacity with pure firepower. Five seconds remaining. 4:16. Great performance from Mongooses. Very, very good tactical switch up there. They didn't get them the game, but that was a great concept and great piece of play. And that's Boss moving into first place on the table there with 7 match wins. Fighting Mongooses will be staying on the red side with Team Techno coming in on the blue. So, Mongooses playing all the way through that 2 assassin, 1 shielder format. Switching the shield around one game to try and take the pressure off, try and force the opponent to second guess. But then here, just completely changing up the tactics. Obviously, knowing that the boss is very, very capable of just tearing the shields down, so going to get limited to no benefit out of them, and just to shift across to high charge rate, high scale size, to just try and flood the whole of half the pitch with shots to make the boss have to, either not be able to get away or to really limit their dodging options, make them have to work overtime to get out of the way, just because the sheer number of shots that are coming in at them. So good shift from tactics. We said, when you're up against a stronger team, try something crazy, it might just work. And it was a very, very valid, very good switch on tactics. Didn't win the game, unfortunately from Mongooses' perspective. Obviously not unfortunately from the boss's perspective, but interesting to see that as a real nice switch up in the gameplay. So next up, obviously Mongooses is staying on the pitch on the red side, facing off against Team Techno on the blue. So Techno are one of the sort of up-and-coming teams here in Brighton. Much more experienced than a lot of the new teams we've been seeing, like Ace and Weir and so on. Techno started competing in the UK leagues last year, and they've got a reasonable amount of match experience and a fair amount of training behind them now. So they're definitely one of the up-and-coming challenge teams here coming out of Brighton. So this is a match that you would expect on the odds for Mongooses to win, but they're going to have to take this opponent seriously. So let's see what they go with. So they've dropped back to their 2 assassin, 1 shielder build, but there's 2 technicians on the opposing side. That is a big problem. First point on the board there for Techno. Second point for Techno. Mongooses still to get on the scoreboard. Mongooses are on the board now. 3-1 lead to Techno at this stage. Good use of that shielding position. Mongooses have closed that scoreline down. 4 points apiece at the halfway mark. Another heavy shield coming up. Techno have taken the high charge rates, but they're not focus firing those shields effectively. Which means those charge rates are not really benefiting them in the way they should be. 3-point lead for Techno though. This is dangerous for Mongooses here. 20 seconds left. Really got to step this up. 2-point lead still for Techno. 10 seconds. Mongooses with a massive job to do here. 5 seconds and a shield still in the bank. Techno take it 11 points to 7. So just one more match to go for today for fighting Mongooses, which will be against IDK. Techno are now staying on the pitch on the blue side, facing off against Super Glitches on the red. So a fantastic performance there from Techno. I think very much took the Mongooses there by surprise. I mean, they'd got the right builds in terms of technician builds to get rid of the shields, but they weren't focused on those shields at all. They were playing much more as assassins, just with high charge rates. And unfortunately, for Mongooses, Techno were able to really sort of focus fire those shots in, land those early hits, get that momentum going, and unfortunately, Techno just didn't let Mongooses get back in that game at all. Great play from both sides, but a well-deserved win there for Techno. So moving up now. Now the threat there for Mongooses is that Techno have their remaining games are against teams where the odds are definitely in their favour of winning, whereas Mongooses only have one remaining game, and that is against IDK. Techno currently have 4 match wins. Mongooses have 5 match wins. there is a good chance that Techno will take both of their next 2 games. So they could well take that current 4th rank and therefore semi-final position from Fighting Mongooses if they win all of their remaining games. And the remaining Techno games are against Super Glitches and the Will of D. So there is a good chance that Techno will take both these games. Fighting Mongooses making it through to the semi-finals is actually now far more dependent upon the results of the remaining 2 Techno matches than anything else. So let's see how it goes. So here we have Super Glitches on red versus Techno on blue. Okay, quite a lot of charge rate from both sides there. 2 early points straight on the board there for Techno. Super Glitches immediately on the back foot here. 3 down, 3-0. First point on the board for Super Glitches. Five on 6 on Techno, very much in control of this game. Super Glitches just not able to really get any momentum going. Second point in for Super Glitches there, but Techno with a commanding lead at the halfway mark. Coming to the final 20 seconds. Full 10-point lead for Techno here. Super Glitch is putting up a great fight, but Techno just absolutely dominating them at this stage. Great one-shot takedown there from the Super Glitch player to finish the game off, but unfortunately much too little too late. 6 points to 20. Very, very good win there for Techno. That takes Techno to 5-game wins. They're now tied with Mongooses in 4th place. So next up we have on the red side Super Glitches and on the blue side Ace. Okay guys, so moving now into match 38. This is Super Glitches on red versus Ace on blue. Guys, pressing too many buttons there. So, please step there. Let's go back to it so we can have a quick chat about it. Coming up after this, in terms of matches in South, we're hopefully going to be having a London local, but we're waiting on information on that. We've got that. We will be having a Southern Regional in June, which is going to be hosted down here in Brighton for both the London and Brighton teams, plus any out-region teams that would like to come join down here and take part. So obviously we'll put those details multiple times. They're also on the HADO AR Sports and HADO Brighton social media. So check it out on there as well if you want to come and be part of that in June. So, looks like we've got players nearly ready to go again. Okay, got a couple of shield points coming in from Super Glitches. That's strange. Double shield choice again that we're seeing all the way through from Ace, which they've never really managed to get work, but first points on the board for Ace. I've got a Super Glitch player there who is logged out, so there's a quick assessment on what's happened there, but I would expect that's going to be a replay. Yep. So that's a technical fault on the headset. So I'm going to be resetting that for a replay now. So just resetting the teams there. There's a technical error on the headset, so it's going to be reset and get the players in. Back to courtside. So the teams just get themselves logged and ready, just make sure that everything's 100%, so we don't have another issue occur. Okay, just making sure that everything's 100%. There we go. So that is all players logged in by the looks of it. Here we go. Game on. One point apiece. Two points apiece. Team's going point for point here. Really nice play. Good distraction across the front line there. And it got him a point. But back. 3-3. 4-3 now. Ace just edging ahead now. 2-point lead. Can Super Glitches pull this back? 4-6. Ace opening that lead up now, 4-point lead. It's when it gets dangerous. You've got to take out the whole opposing team and a point. 5-point lead now for Ace. Very dangerous for Super Glitch. They've got a lot of work to do if they're going to try and pull this back. 6-9, 20 seconds. 6-10. 10 seconds now. Looks like a win for Ace. Super Glitches with just too much to do in these last few seconds. That was a good fight back from Super Glitches. Good resistance all the way through, but a well-deserved win there to Team Ace.
This is out of battery. In the middle of the game.
So that is Team Ace staying on the blue side. And then Wiro coming in on red. This will be the last matches for both Enwiru and Ace. So it's the final matches of the tournaments for teams Enwiru and Ace. Enwiru on red, Ace on blue. So obviously we've got a whole range of matches coming up. So once again, on that little screen there, here we go. So 16th of June, we hosted down here at HADO Brighton, will be the next Southern Regionals, for anyone who would like to take part in those. Obviously we've got a whole range of stuff coming up though. Next Sunday in Coventry we have the Midlands Regionals. Anyone who's be interested to take part of those, both either from the Midlands area or for an out-of-region team, if you go to ukhado.com, you can find the all tournament details and team booking details from there. Following on from that, we've got a whole host of stuff coming through. So on the, he's right, because we've got these different things coming through. The weekend of the 19th of May, we're waiting for final confirmation here, but we're looking at the first Northern Universities Regional Championships. Series of different universities taking part, hosted by Manchester United at the Cliff Training Ground, which should be quite an amazing venue to play from. A whole set of new teams that people haven't seen play before, so some fantastic gameplay hopefully going to come out from there. We're looking for coming up in sort of the end of May, where we've hopefully got some big events happening up in Newcastle with HADO. We're hopefully going to be having a local tournament for Newcastle area coming out there, and hopefully again something around that sort of like May-June point from the Barnsley area. So lots of nice stuff up and down the country across sort of May. We're going to go into June for the Southern Regional we've been talking about. So we have the Midlands Regional next weekend, Southern Regional in June. But let's get back to some HADO. First points on the board there for Ace. And we're on red, still chasing their first win. 2 points now for Ace. Can Enwiru get on the scoreboard? 3-0 to Ace. Yeah. First point off the board for Enwiru. 6-1 to Ace at the moment. And we've actually now finally split the team. A lot of the early games were very much hunched together. That front line may not be the best place to play, but it's great to see he's got the confidence to be there. 9-2 now. Ace very much in control of this game, but can Enwiru get some more points on the board? 20 seconds. Ten seconds remaining. Great performance for Enwiru, but absolute control all the way through there from Team Ace. Finishing 5-16 in favour of Team Ace. So that's the last matches from both of those teams for today, and that's 3 match wins achieved overall for Ace. Unfortunately, Enwiru unable to achieve a match win today. But really, really good evolution of the team of Enwiru over the course of their games. And definitely that finish there. They didn't win, but a lot more confidence, a lot more movement, a lot more shooting than we've seen in any of their prior games. Much higher rates of fire. And from where they started off this morning in the tournament to where they finished, you literally watch that team improve game on game. Obviously, it's still not a point where they're taking matches, but everything's closer. They're forcing their opponents to work more. They themselves are clearly more confident, which is really lovely to see. Hopefully now if they can focus on the training and all the fundamentals for sport, we can see them coming through and in the next round tournament start to take some games. Next up we have IDK on red versus Mammoths on blue. And this is the final tournament game for the Mammoths. IDK, including this one, have 3 matches still to play. So they're currently 3 games in hand in joint second place. So we'd expect them to step all the way through here and quite most probably take first place by the time they finish this sequence of games. So IDK red, Mammoths on blue. Here we go. Wow, I got to the court before they did. I think the team's just getting themselves geared up.
Yeah, the blue team.
So this is match 40. So we're into our final sets of final 6 sets of games. So this is IDK versus Mammoths, be followed by IDK versus the Will of D, then the Boss versus Will of D, Rock Hoppers versus Super Glitches, IDK versus Fighting Mongooses, and Techno versus Will of D. So the big battle at the moment is for that 4th place, and it is between Fighting Mongooses and Techno. Fighting Mongooses would need to beat IDK in order to have some kind of safety. Otherwise, they're relying on Techno being defeated by the Will of D. So, obviously, if you're a Techno supporter, cheer for them all the way through. If you're a Mongoose supporter, you go supporting Will of D in that very final game of the tournament. So it's going to go right down to the wire. So it'll be very last game of the tournament before we find out who's going to be taking that 4th place in the semi-finals. But for now, IDK on red versus Mammoths on blue is just getting itself geared up and ready to go. Okay, the teams are nearly ready now. So the last 2 players, last player on each side to get themselves logged in. Okay, so last player. So all of the Mammoth players are logged and ready. IDK are logged. So should be getting game on any moment now. So, technical question being asked of one of the coaches. Here we go. Game on. So straight assassin builds from IDK, mix of assassin and technician from Mammoths. Mammoths going to do a lot of running around, not a lot of shooting yet. 3 points on the board straight off for IDK. Again, not really having to do a lot here at this stage. Mammoths needing to just start shooting. Just need to get some firepower out there. 40 seconds, 15-0 to IDK. Point on the board for Mammoths. A nice big cheer for him as well. Second point on the board for Mammoths. 22 points to 2. 23 points to 3. 4 points on the board for Mammoths. I mean, it's an absolutely controlling win for IDK, but 4 points for Mammoths. You've got to celebrate that for them. 29 points to 4. So next up, IDK are staying on red with Will of D facing off against them on blue. And that was final game of the tournament for Team Mammoths. So, we said starting to run into our sort of the close down now on the pool stages. So we have 5 pool matches still to go. So next up is IDK versus Will of D. Will of D actually with 3 matches still to go. So they get IDK next, followed by the boss, and then they get the closing tournament match against Techno. So Will of D with a definite gauntlet to run in their final 3 matches there. As well as that, obviously we have Rock Hoppers Super Glitches and IDK versus Fighting Mongooses still to go. So teams now get themselves set up and ready on court. So IDK is in discussions for how they're going to play this next one. Will of D just getting their equipment sorted out. So now Will of D have just taken the court now. Are no, they are currently the team that's going to decide the final outcome of this tournament, because their performance in the 45th match against Techno will control who takes the final place in the semi-finals. Okay, so IDK players are all good to go. All 3 of the Will of D players are logged in, by the looks of it. So we'll get game underway very soon. Fuck. So had a fault on a Will of D wrist piece. He was indicating to the coach to pause the game before they got it resolved. Unfortunately, I don't think the coach saw them, so the game was started. But we'll get everything reset and back up and running. So players just get themselves logged back in. just while the players are getting ready to go again. Same kind of confirmed open dates coming up. We have next Sunday, so May the 5th, we have the Midlands Regional and the June 12th date for the Southern Regional. So any teams interested in competing in either of those, obviously get in touch with HADO Brighton, who are going to be hosting the Southern Regional, or HADO Arena Coventry, or UK HADO for the Midlands Regional. Regionals are open to both, to obviously teams from those regions, but also to teams from out of region as well. So if you're interested in road tripping to any of those, obviously get in touch with the relevant location and come and join those tournaments. Both local and regional tournaments are open to first-time teams. It's only the national tournaments where you need to be have an existing ranking to qualify. So even if it's your first time, just want to come and see what tournaments are all about and how competition works, you'll still be very welcome to register a team and come and join. Okay, so everything's working correctly for the Will of D players this time around. Just waiting for the IDK players to be ready. Here we go, game on. First points on the board there for IDK. D players getting bunched up at the moment, which is not helping them at all. The odds aren't in their favour anyway, but if we start clumping up together like that, just makes it so much easier for the IDK players to be landing hits. .30 seconds remaining. 14-0 to IDK. Can Will of D get a point? Coming to the last 10 seconds. Can Will of D get a point on the board? Dominating win again from IDK, 23 points to nothing. Okay, so next up, Will of D will be staying on court on the blue side, and the Boss are coming in on red. So I said proper gauntlet to finish off on for Will of D. IDK, the Boss, and then Techno at the end of the tournament.
We had a game against Brighton. Yeah, that's our last one.
So, but domination there from IDK in both those games. Definite props to Mammoth for Team Mammoth getting 4 points on IDK during their game. Even though you could say IDK were possibly not trying as hard as they could have done during that game, but nonetheless, still hit them 4 times. So, next up, we are match 42. This is the Boss versus Will of D. Now we have Rock Hoppers, Super Glitches, IDK fighting Mongooses, and Techno Will of D to complete the pool stage. So teams getting ready on pitch now. Boss just sorting their equipment out. Will of D just getting themselves logged back in and ready to go. And this is final match of the tournament for the Boss. So current table is 8 game wins to IDK in first place, 7 game wins to the Boss in second, 6 game wins for the Rockhoppers in third. Joint 4th place with 5 game wins is Techno and Mongooses. Joint 6th place with 3 game wins is Mammoth, Will of D and Ace. 9th place is Super Glitches, and 10th place is Mwiro. With 4 matches, including more about to start, still to play. So that is all of Will of D players ready. Looks like all the Boss players are now logged in as well. Here we go, game on. Will of D going down the make the shots as big as possible route. Boss focusing on speed. Two points, nothing to the Boss. 20 seconds played. Oh, that doesn't sound great for Will of D. That's actually quite late on in the game for the Boss to be getting the first points. So definite, very well done there to Will of D. For it to be that late in the game before the first points went on the board. And they've got a point on the Boss as well. Past the halfway mark now. Boss strongly controlled, 9-point lead. $20 seconds remaining. Can Will of D get another point? Boss player there turning his head into the shot without realising it. 19 to 3. Another a very good result there for the Boss. Excellent from Blue Player 6 there, landing all 3 of those hits against the Boss team. So next up we have Rockhoppers on red versus Super Glitches on blue. That is the last game of the tournament for the Boss. Takes to 8 game wins and currently into joint first place with IDK. So Rockhoppers versus Super Glitches here. Rockhoppers with the capacity then to go to 7 game wins off the back of this. They're already in third place, but that will secure third place as a guarantee for them after that. Assuming they can take it. See what Super Glitches can do. So we've had definitely starting to get some interesting results from some of these newer teams. I don't think they're necessarily going to beat Rockhoppers, but let's see if they can give them a good run for the money. So it will be said once they just do equipment changeover now, be Rockhoppers on red and Super Glitches on blue. So as we start to come into the final stage, we're going to be looking at the semi-finals and obviously rolling off the back of the pool stages, where it would be the first and third place teams will face off against each other, and the second and fourth place teams will face off against each other. So we're looking at that most probably being an IDK Rockhoppers semi-final, and then Boss versus either Techno or Fighting Mongooses, depending upon the outcome of these last couple of games. Three games left to go of the pool stages. Okay, and this is last match of the tournament for both Rockhoppers and Super Glitchers.
Who's playing for? Is that Gus's?
Okay, so we're just waiting for the players to get their kit sorted out. And while doing that, see, if you want to learn more about HADO in any way, shape or form, if for some reason not for some reason, but if you're new to the sport, please check out UK HADO. Today we're on the AR Sports channel, or the UK HADO YouTube channel, just at UK HADO official. And that'll get you through to basically a whole load of more information about how you play the sport, how you can get involved with it, things that are going on. Any inquiries, there are HADO locations sort of spread across the UK. If you don't happen to know where your nearest one is, obviously HADO and a bit of Google search should find you, or you can contact us at UK HADO and we'll put you in touch with your nearest location. Location is currently in Brighton, which is where we are today. Maidenhead, Coventry, Barnsley, Newcastle, and if you're in the armed forces, specifically in the RAF have their own HADO courts as well, which tour around the UK, and you can contact your representative for RAF Esports, who can arrange for the court to come to base for you, so you can train and practice and get involved in the competition. Right, let's get back to games. Here we go. Rockhoppers red, Super Glitches blue. General combative builds from both sides. Nice evasion work for the Rockhoppers players, just cycling their way around that incoming fire. First point on the board for Rockhoppers. Again, Super Glitch is doing well. Not in terms of points to scoring, but in terms of the amount of time that's ticking past before those first points are going on the board for their opposition. But the collision there from the Super Glitch players not going to be helping their case. Coming in on the halfway mark now. First point on the board for Super Glitches. .30 seconds remaining. 10-1 to Rockhoppers. Five seconds. Controlling win there for Rockhoppers, 23 points to 1. And that is the end of the pool stage for both Rockhoppers and Super Glitches. Right, just 2 more matches to go the pool stages now. So IDK versus Fighting Mongooses and Techno versus Will of D. So these last 2 matches will define who the 4th team is in the semi-finals, as it's currently between Fighting Mongooses and Techno. Both currently sitting with 5 match wins. So if Techno beat Will of D, and Mongooses lose to IDK, obviously Techno will be going through. So Mongooses beat IDK and Techno lose to Will of D. If Mongooses going through, if they both win or both lose, we get to a whole lot of maths. So if you have a tie, so teams that have won the same number of games, we separate them then on number of points scored. So it's about how many points they scored during the course of the tournament, during their games, and basically the team with the highest overall point score wins on that separation factor. Yeah, hopefully it'll be nice and clear, so we don't have to do the maths. Because fundamentally, who wants to do extra maths that they don't have to? Right, so we've got our teams now gearing up to come onto court. So this is IDK on red, fighting Mongooses on blue. So if Mongooses can win this one, then there's a good chance of going through to the semi-finals. If not, they're having to sit and very heavily support Will of D against Techno and see if Will of D can pull off a miracle for them and beat Techno. So, statistically, you'd say at this point it's Techno more likely to be working through, but let's see if we can get an upset in the last 2 games. So this is final pool stage matches for both IDK and Mongooses. So the question there for the Mongoose fans in the chat. You were offering them ice cream previously. What's on offer if they win this game? Okay, that's all of the IDK players logged in and ready. Just waiting on the Mongoose players to finish their prep and login. Got 2 out of 3 Mongoose players logged in, just waiting on final player. Just get the tracking sorted. Ooh, ice cream sandwiches, you reckon? Right. But are ice cream sandwiches better than ice cream or not? I mean, when you talk about rewards for a game, beating IDK, is an ice cream sandwich really a step up from some good quality ice cream? Okay, so nearly ready. Just waiting for the final Mongoose player to get themselves logged in. Go and get this penultimate pool stage match underway. There we go. Right. All players logged in. Here we go. IDK going very aggressive straight off the get-go there. First point on the board, moving right up on the front line. Big Mongooses have gone 15 rank 5 shields. Just seeing what they can do to hold out. Second point on the board there for IDK. Just angling the shots around behind. Shield's tactic is just not a great one. They've got a charge rank 4 on the IDK side. They just start to chew their way through their shields. I mean, it's holding the point score down, I suppose, 2-0. But it's just no firepower, obviously, coming back against the IDK players, which means there's no chance of them conceding points at this stage. Third point in for IDK. 2 shields still to go up for Mongooses, 20 seconds to play. Ten seconds. 3, 2, 1,
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, 15 shields doesn't work against anybody ever, other than as ways to try and reduce the point score. That's literally all it can ever do, because you have no capacity to earn points. So that is 9 out of 9 match wins there for IDK, confirming them in first place. So that will be an IDK Rock Hoppers semi-final. And then the boss will be playing off against either Techno or Fighting Mongooses, and that's all down to this final game. If Techno beat Will of D, they're going through to the semi-finals. If they lose, we're going to have to do some maths to see who between Mongooses and Techno have scored the most points during the course of the tournament, and therefore take that final semi-final place.
I'll do a countdown.
So this is Techno Red and Will of D on blue. Okay, so our Techno players are logged in and ready to go. Just waiting for players from Will of D to finish getting their gear sorted for the final match of the pool stages. Yep, I agree, Elliot. They can do it. It's just questions whether it's going to be today. That's all. Here we go then, guys. Final match. Pretty much matched firepower builds both sides. Let's see what they can do. First point on the board for Techno. Equalisation from Will of D, one point apiece. Will of D ahead by a point. 2 points, well, pulling back now. Techno pull it back, 3 points apiece. 4 points apiece. Teams absolutely neck and neck here. Is this going to go right down to the wire in the final match? 5 points apiece. Techno edging by a point now, 2 points. Can Will of D pull this back? Oh, fast double point score there. Real quick flurry of momentum there from Techno. Jumping that scoreline away from Will of D. Will of D fighting back well though. 10 points to 9, 11-9 now. Will of D are absolutely going all out here. Great dodging on the back line there from Will of D as well. Still 3 point lead for Techno though. 4 point lead for Techno now. 14-11, 3 seconds. 16-12. Oh. Great performance from both teams. Will of D absolutely pulling it out the bag there in terms of the effort and energy and accuracy in comparison to their early games to the tournament. Great performance from them, but very well-deserved win to Techno in the final match. So that gives our finalists as IDK, the Boss, Rockhoppers, and Techno. It'll be IDK facing against Rockhoppers and the Boss against Techno.
Yeah, we always play against each other in the finals.
Right, guys, so great set of matches there, lots of really good gameplay coming through, especially some of the peer group matches between the newer Brighton teams there with things seesaw backwards and forwards, and some really nice performances from Team Techno clearly starting to step up into that sort of like rank 4 position in the Brighton teams now, very deservedly so. Now, so we have our two semi-finals. First semi-final is IDK versus Rockhoppers. Second semi-final is the Boss versus Techno. Obviously, the losers will then go and play for a third place playoff, and winners go through to the final. As all teams are Brighton teams, they're all in the running for the bonus points. Bonus points will be awarded to first, second, and third place teams at the end of it. I'm just going to double check. I think it is 15 points for the winning team as a bonus. Yeah, 15 points for the winning team as a bonus, 10 for second place, and 5 for third place. Also, every match that that the teams have won during the course of the day has earned them 1 point towards their national rankings. At the end of the pool stages there, that was 9 match wins for IDK, 8 for the Boss, 7 for Rockhoppers, 6 for Techno, 5 for Fighting Mongooses. Then Mammoth, Will of D, and Ace, all with 3 wins. Super Glitches with 1, and then we're unable to secure a win today. So all those match wins will be converted on a 1-point basis for national ranking points as well. And there will be bonuses for the first, second, third place teams after the semi-finals, third place, and finals have been decided. They'll be added on as well. And so there's a reasonable chance that some of these outcomes are going to cause some position flicks in the national ranking tables once we manage to calculate it all. So, got our teams now getting ready and moving up for the first semi-final. So, this is IDK on the red and Rockhoppers on blue.
How are your bonuses?
And throwing to tell if you're still with us. You've got a question waiting for you in the chat. So IDK just get themselves ready. See Rockhoppers in a bit of a tactical chat. See what ideas they can bring to the fore. Rockhoppers have had, obviously, IDK historically been the much stronger team of these two, between IDK and Rockhoppers. Rockhoppers have had their moments though where they've obviously brought some surprises to bear. So the obviously the odds definitely favour IDK, but they're not the it's not 100% guaranteed. Here we go. Nil-nil, 10 seconds played. First point on the board for Rockhoppers. IDK respond, 1 point apiece. Two-one to Rockhoppers. Can they get some space between themselves and IDK? Great shield on the far side there for Rockhoppers. Really messing up the flow of play for IDK. IDK responding straight away there, put 2 points on the board in quick succession. 4-2 at the halfway mark. 6-2, another double takedown there for IDK by IDK. 30 seconds. IDK is very clearly accelerating their gameplay after those first few hits went in from the Rockhoppers. For 3 seconds. 11-5. Great performance there from both sides. Phenomenal finish there from Rockhoppers. 3 hits there from Blue 6 in very, very rapid succession. Just not enough to pull it back. But that early start from Rockhoppers really, really strong. Yep. So teams just catching their breath as this is not the knockout stages. These matches are best of 3. So well, obviously that first one went to IDK. There is the chance for Rockhoppers to fight back. So it's going to be so pool stage match. Was 6-3 again. That early play there from Rockhoppers was brilliant. Clearly put IDK a little bit on the back foot, forced them to have to really, really pick up the pace, the gameplay, and what they were doing. So, the question is, can Rockhoppers continue that anyway? Can they try and get that momentum and keep it this time, or because they've obviously come into threat once, are IDK just going to come out the straight into game with all guns blazing and try and threaten get into game? Let's find out. Oh, Rockhoppers have gone shields. So big shift in tactics on the Rockhoppers side this time. Okay. 15 seconds played, still 0-0. First point to IDK. Waiting for the Rockhoppers to start getting their shields out into place. First shield up. Two points to nothing at the moment to IDK. Rockhoppers need to get something out of these shields. Forcing IDK back off the centre line though. Still unable to actually land a hit. 30 seconds, 2 shields still in the bank. They need to get those up and used. IDK just tearing their way through that shield wall. 4-0 at this stage. Rockhoppers still looking to try and land their first hit. 10 seconds, 5-0. 3, 2, 1. Shields just not providing the edge that Rockhoppers were hoping for there. So that's two games and the match win to IDK. So that's IDK through to the final, Rockhoppers to the third place playoff.
Yellow card for missing every shot in the world.
So, first game really fast pace there. Big shift around tactics in the second game there from Rockhoppers, which just didn't unfortunately pay off for them. But you might as well try it.
No, the boss on red.
So coming up next, we have our second semi-final, the boss on red, Techno on blue. So boss on red, Techno on blue for our second semi-final. So obviously we saw the pool stages. Boss were much stronger than Techno there. But as with everything in HADO, there's always a chance of upsets and change rounds. However, the best of three format is not something that's going to be advantageous to Techno in terms of that. Single game situations are much more likely to result in an upset or a sort of like beat the odd situation. Best of three most certainly favours the more experienced, more skilled teams. So in the pool stage, it was a 15-2 win, 15 points to 2-point win for the boss over Techno. So let's see what Techno can do here. Can they, going to try and pull something out of the bag, chop and change things around? Have they got anything they can, you said, when you're up against a stronger team if you play a standard game, you don't think you're going to win, you might as well try something crazy. It may just work. So, Techno just get themselves ready on pitch. Boss just getting their equipment and join them on the court. Techno players pretty much ready, just waiting for the boss players to join them on the pitch. Said Techno definitely on the rise as the number 4 team here in Brighton, but Boss very much in the running for clear holders of the second place title and definitely a challenge for that first place against IDK. So odds not in Techno's favour here, but let's see if they can pull a surprise out of the bag for us. Just waiting for the final boss player to take the pitch. Okay, just waiting on our final boss player. Right, all players ready? Here we go. First game in the best of 3 in the second semi-final. So, heavy shields on Techno. Unfortunately for Techno, there's a charge rate 5 on the boss. Those shields are going to be in trouble very rapidly. 1 point apiece though. Great work from Techno. 2-1 to the boss. Boss powering ahead now. 6-1. As we come up towards the halfway mark. Techno shield just being cut straight through the moment, pretty much the moment they go up. (10-1), 11-1. Techno looking for at least to get a second score, and they've got it. 2 points to Techno. But dominating performance in this first game from the boss. Shields, definitely not the right choice for Techno. 11-4, 12-4. Techno fighting right down to the final marker on the game there. Really good from them, but just no way they're coming past the boss with that setup. I think if they're going to really rethink their tactics for round 2, fundamentally they perform so much better when the shields weren't there. If you're not able to use those shields and really benefit from them, then you're far better off putting the points somewhere else. All you're doing is for a short period of time slowing down the point scoring ability for the other team. If you're not actually capitalising on them and earning points out the shields being in play, which unfortunately they weren't, in which case you may as well just go for firepower, because it gives you a better chance of an actual chance of maybe winning. So let's see if they stick with it, or if they're going to chop the tactics around for round 2. Okay, just went for all the boss players logged in. Just went for the last Techno player to get themselves logged, and we'll get game 2 of the sequence underway. And both sides have gone for the same tactics: heavy shields and high charge rate. So not great there for Techno. 1 point apiece though. 10 seconds played. Techno shields being cut through rapidly, but 3-2. They're holding a better position at this point in the match. That's their final shield up. That's all of their shields used. Much better position though at the halfway mark than in round 1. 4-2, 5-2 now to the boss. $30 remaining. (6-3). Boss just starting to accelerate now, push this forward, but Techno fighting absolutely down to the wire here. Great performance from Techno, but just not enough to defeat the boss today. 13 points to 4 for the boss. That is the boss through to the final against IDK, and Techno through to 3rd place playoff against Rockhoppers. Okay, so it'll be so next up will be the 3rd place playoff with Rockhoppers versus Techno. Yep. So I'm guessing that'll be Techno remaining on blue and Rockhoppers coming in on red. Yep. So no, other way around. Techno blue, Rock Hoppers red. Yeah. Good. So just getting the teams ready to move in for the third place player. So Rock Hoppers on red, Techno on blue. So this is for the first of the bonus point positions. So the winning team here not only get the point for winning the match, they also get 5 bonus points for the third place position. So definitely worth playing for here. Rock Hoppers currently sitting on 30 points on the national rankings. The next team above them is Newcastle, who are on 39. So if they take this, take third place, that will earn them a total of 13 points, 8 match points, and 5 bonus points. So 13, going through to 43, meaning they'll supplant Newcastle and move up into that next point on the national rankings. So this is a good. If Rock Hoppers can take this is quite a big one because it's going to jump them just into that next step up and really close the gap between them and the top 8. And bring them up into within sort of attacking distance and getting into the national leagues there. So really good potential here for them if they can take this game against Techno. So Elliot and Chad, it's worth more than 5 points. It's worth, well, the game's worth 1 and then a bonus 5 as well. So they've secured 8 points so far. Sorry, 7 points so far. But this is worth the game point and 5 bonus. So if they take this, they'll have earned a total of 13 points, ranking points off of today. As you said, I mean they'll flip positions on the national rankings with Newcastle. So teams just get themselves logged and ready. Just waiting on the final player on each side to get themselves logged and ready. Okay, team's just in final prep now. Should have game up and running very soon. Right guys, just waiting. All our players are ready. Here we go. Game 1 for the third place playoff. Two points on the board for 3 points on the board for Rockhoppers. Techno's still looking to score. First point in for Techno. 30 seconds played, 4-1 to Rockhoppers. Great work from Techno there, 3 points on the board now. Rockhoppers though still with a commanding lead, 8 points to 4. Nine 4 now. No, 20 seconds remaining. Rockhoppers very firmly in control of this game. 10 seconds. 14, 6, 3, 2, 1. Rockhoppers take round 1, 14 points to 6. Right, nearly ready now for round 2. Just waiting for the players to finish getting their gear sorted. So, if Rockhoppers take this game and pick up the points, that will move them up to 9th place in the national ranking. So, within striking distance of the national leagues, which is for the top 8 teams. So just leaves them then just one position off, moving up into those league positions. And the teams in that top 8 are the teams that we select our national team from. So it's a really big thing to get into that position where they can strike in and potentially end up getting themselves a place up into those top 8 teams.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, just waiting on our final player there from Techno. Looks like all players are now set. Here we go, round 2. Going for a halfway house on the shields there from Techno. See if they can make this work. Ten seconds played, 0-0. First point on the board for Rockhoppers. Second point in for Rockhoppers. Three nothing. Great work here from Rockhoppers, really controlling this game against Techno. Techno's still unable to score at this point. 20 seconds remaining, 7 points to nothing. Seconds, 2 quick points in there for Techno. It's a great fight back at the end, but it's definitely too little and too late. Rockhoppers take the game 2 and the match 8 points to 2. That is third place secured for Rockhoppers. And that is Rockhoppers moving up to the 9th place in the national ranking. So they are right within striking distance now of those top 8 and that chance for national selection. So fantastic result there for Rockhoppers. Really working their way up that table and get themselves into a very good position off the back of this tournament. So that is Rockhoppers now on 43 national ranking points in that 9th place. So moving now to our final match of the day. Best of 3 final, IDK versus the Boss. So obviously there's both to get the game point here, but also the bonuses. So first place team is going to pick up 15 bonus points. Second place team is going to pick up 10 bonus points. Currently, there is 7 points separating IDK and the Boss on the national rankings, with the Boss currently having a 7-point lead over IDK. So we're going to get the IDK have currently won 1 more game than the Boss, so that's 1 point. If they win the final, that'll be a 2nd point. And if they get, obviously, first place in doing so, they get 5 more bonus points than the Boss get. So that's 7 points, so they'll go to a tied position in the national rankings at that point. Yeah. Or, if the Boss can win this, they'll hold their position above IDK. So it can be very interesting to see how this works out in the final rounds. So the Boss is currently ranked 3 nationally and IDK ranked 4. So the Boss can either hold on to that 3rd ranked position, or if IDK win the series, win the best of 3, IDK and Boss will be joint 3rd place. So teams getting themselves ready now. IDK on the red, Boss on blue, just getting their gear ready. Expect to see some very fast-paced gameplay here. It looks like all the players are ready, so here we go. Round 1. Speed and firepower, both sides. First point on the board for the boss. One point apiece. 2-1. Single point lead for IDK at the halfway mark. Great timing on that shield from the boss in the top corner there. So a definite IDK score otherwise. Still 2-1. 3-1 now to IDK. 20 seconds remaining. IDK with that edge, the edge on points, but all the three IDK players on single markers now. 3-2. 10 seconds. 4-3. Still just 1 point in it. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. IDK take it 4 points to 3 in the first round. Fantastic gameplay, both sides there. Going to reset and get ready to go for round 2. So really good gameplay there. Fantastic time with that boss shield about sort of 30 seconds in. Just catching that shot as it came in would have been a clean hit and takedown on the boss player. Helped them maintain momentum, really stay in the game there. I'd hold that all the way neck and neck right down to the end there. Just a single point win there for IDK against the boss. Absolutely is anyone's to play for. So going to round 2, can the boss win this and take this all the way through to a third round? See what they can play. See what they can pull out of that. Okay, IDK players already, just waiting on the boss players to finish their login. Okay, so all players are ready. Here we go, round 2. Beautiful dodging from both sides there. Really great use of those head flicks to pull the targets up and out of the way of the incoming fire. First point on the board though for IDK. Can the boss answer back? Great spins on the back wall there from IDK, pulling themselves out of the way of that incoming fire. Second point on the board now for IDK. Boss are on the board now as well, 2-1. 40 seconds remaining. $30 still 2-1. 3-1 now to IDK. And they're off. Okay, yeah, reset. And we've had a boss headset drop out, so it's going to be a reset, a game reset and replay. So we've had a headset there, and that was so close. I think that could very well turn around to a boss win, but unfortunately we had a boss headset that shut down partway in the early stages of the game. So we're going to have to reset and replay that second round, because these games are so close between these two teams now. Obviously, the Southern Regionals, the boss for the first time beat IDK, taking a tournament from them, giving them, and that's what's led them now at the position they are in now, ahead of IDK in the National League for the first time ever between these two teams. So IDK with a lot to prove to try and pull that position back against them. That first round absolutely down to the wire. Second round looked like it was going to go the same way. Unfortunately, we had that technically issue on headset, so the game's being reset, and we'll get ready to go again and replay round 2. Hopefully, without any more drama. Let's see if the boss can keep this together, keep the momentum going, and drive this through to the third round decider, or if IDK are going to basically manage to finish it here in the second round. Okay, so teams just getting themselves rigged and set up. Okay, so it's all the IDK players logged and ready, just waiting for the boss players to get themselves logged in. On the last boss player, that's all players logged and ready. Here we go. So match 2, and boss have shifted to shields. So when you replay a match, you have to play the same players, but you do not have to play with the same stats. Ten seconds played, 0-0. First point on the board for IDK. 1 point apiece. 2-1. 3-1 now for IDK. 3 unused shields still on the boss side. It's come up on the halfway mark. Boss needs to get some more points on the board here. 4-1 now to IDK. 30 seconds remaining. Second point in for the boss. Just 2 point difference. 1 point difference. 20 seconds. 5-3 now for IDK. 15 seconds. 5-4. 6-4. I think that would have been it. 6-5, 7-5. Fantastic finish from both teams there. And a very well-deserved win to IDK. Having to fight absolutely tooth and nail for every single point there against the boss. Great finish from both sides. And that is IDK as the winners here in Brighton. Taking the 15 bonus point, game point, and the 15 bonus points.
Yeah, no, I know. I saw you.
So, just totaling up on that then. That is 19 ranking points earned, so 9 match wins and 10 bonus points for the second place by the boss. Taking them to 272, and that is 11 match wins and 15 bonus points, so 26 ranking points there gained by IDK, taking them also to 272 national ranking points, which actually takes them to joint second place. So T-Wolves, the previous second place team, have now been knocked down. They are in 4th place, and IDK and the boss are now joint second place nationally with 272 points. Just only a few points now behind Synergy in that number 1 spot. So hopefully you really enjoyed the match today. It's been some fantastic gameplay, some really good stuff coming through. Both obviously the experienced teams, and that final match there was stunning. But also the new teams started to come through here in Brighton. Some really great gameplay coming from them within those peer group setups. So fantastic to see. So said during the broadcast, coming up after this, next week we have the Midlands Regional on 5th of May, which is still open for teams to register. And then in June, just give you the picture again. Here we go. So June 16th is the Southern Regional, which is going to be hosted down here in Brighton. Again, it's open for at the moment for Southern teams to register. If you're an out-of-region team and would like to register your interest, please contact HADO AR Sports, and they can sort you out if there are places available for out-of-region teams. So, hope you enjoyed today's matches. There are absolutely some amazing gameplay. Great to have you with us in the comments as we've been working through. Thank you to everyone who's been watching.